Moscow, capital of Orthodox Russia, head of the former Soviet world. Moscow still shiny and brilliant in the light of its historic past. Last up, Uralski, the symbolic border, beyond which the landscape changes completely. We then reach Siberia, God's unfinished work as Chekhov described it. Sibir, land asleep in Tatar. Our destination is Yakutia Sakha, a semi-independent republic of eastern Siberia, Russia's far east, land of exile. To reach our final destination, there are 3 stopover points and 2 means of air transport. Most politicians have been discouraged from building roads due to the great distances and the harsh climate. We've come here to track and hunt the gigantic Siberian moose, the largest in the cervidae family, the most ambitious and prestigious Odyssey to the end of the world. Yakutsk, capital of Yakutia, is our first encounter with Siberia. At Zhiryanka on the Kolyma River, we meet the local guide who will accompany us. These experienced trappers guarantee, thanks to their vast knowledge of the terrain and their qualities as guides, if not a successful hunt, at least our survival. It's an hour's flight aboard an Mi-8 to reach the Kolyma Hunting Reserve, one of the main sanctuaries for Siberian moose. Kolyma was for a long time synonymous with the sinister Gulag. Today's political campaign is to preserve the wildlife of this vast region. Sports hunting has largely helped to implement these very costly nature conservation programs. In fact, thanks to sports hunting, the government has been able to subsidize most of these special programs. It's now time to get settled in. In these high altitudes, it's important not to neglect the quality of the hunting camp. It's the end of summer, and temperatures do not exceed 50 to 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and during the night, they drop down below freezing. The taiga, an immense forest very difficult to penetrate. In winter, it's one of the coldest places on the globe. The ground is frozen all year round, about 100 feet deep. It's permafrost, nature's natural freezer, and mammoth skeletons have been dug up in this region, perfectly preserved. In the middle of this forest of pine trees grow willow, birch, alder, and aspen, the moose's favorite source of nourishment. In summer, the ground surface thaws out only 8 inches deep. Where life is harsh, camaraderie and conviviality are a must. These men of different nationalities and backgrounds are reunited by their passion for hunting and their love of unexplored outdoor spaces.
Everywhere, the second person after the first.
Tea is part of Siberian hospitality and is always served with the traditional Russian vodka, ready to warm the hearts and souls of all.
Nous venons nous installer à une centaine de kilomètres de la ville de Zhiryanka, qui se trouve elle-même située en Sibérie extrême orientale, à une soixantaine de kilomètres environ du cercle polaire. Et nous nous trouvons donc au sud-ouest de cette ville, au pied des monts Momsky, qui apparaissent sur cette carte. Et le camp que nous venons de monter est un camp où nous devons rester en principe 5 ou 6 jours pour nous permettre de chasser l'élan de Sibérie pour lequel nous nous trouvons ici aujourd'hui. Actuellement, la période à laquelle nous nous trouvons est le tout début du mois de septembre, qui est une période favorable pour cette chasse. Les trophées ont terminé leur croissance et donc les mâles portent des trophées qui sont supposés être au plus beau et au meilleur de leur forme et de leur taille.
In the early 20s, the Soviets started to organize annual hunting events. These prestigious hunts have contributed to creating special preservation programs for the reserve. The hunting zone has been marked, but the distances to be covered are great. And because the terrain is humid and marshy, it makes it difficult to walk. The ground is covered with moss, and in some areas with a carpet of small berries that resemble blueberries. The moose adores this wet terrain and loves to wade in this marshy region looking for aquatic plants. In this kind of marshy terrain, each step is a strain. Walking since dawn, the guides and the hunters size up the difficulties of this adventure.
Ben, finalement, depuis mon enfance, depuis que je sais marcher, j'ai accompagné mon père dans ces fameuses chasses de plaine où j'étais subjugué par le nombre de gibier qu'on pouvait sortir d'un maïs ou d'une forêt. C'était vraiment fabuleux et très beau à voir, surtout ces battues de lièvres au mois de novembre dans la neige. Vous voyez des dizaines de lièvres qui sortaient, c'était très très beau. Et surtout, je pense, c'est le jour où j'ai accompagné mon père toujours en montagne au mois de septembre, au moment du brame, où là, la rencontre du cerf, à ce moment-là, c'est ce qui a tout déclenché. C'est une vraie passion. Et même en parlant encore maintenant du brame du cerf, ça me donne des frissons dans le dos. C'est très très beau. C'est vraiment le seigneur de la forêt. Pour moi, la chasse est un ensemble de choses. C'est d'abord la rencontre de l'homme avec la nature. On est quand même l'intrus. C'est la rencontre de l'homme avec les habitants d'une région, comme ici par exemple. Bien sûr, ça change. Et la rencontre avec l'animal qui est dans son milieu et pouvoir le combattre dans son milieu et avec ses propres moyens, je trouve ça très très beau.
During the winter months, the moose is usually very solitary and spends his time roaming throughout the territory. But during bugling season, he's much more sociable and more readily comes out of hiding. Nevertheless, the moose is still hard to track down. His grayish-brown or reddish summer coat makes excellent camouflage. There are two ways to track moose. You either follow the river downstream, or you double up with a second hunter using a set of binoculars, and you try to spot the moose out. We decide to use the second method. Fog, rain, and snow make visibility difficult, but the hunters are not discouraged. It will take many hours of walking to track the moose. Yakut guides are of great help here because they know the terrain so well. The hunters quickly become submerged in this gigantic green aquatic desert. In these extreme conditions, it's important for the hunters to take care of their feet, as it's their only means of locomotion. And the hunters find out the hard way that they're of course less amphibious than the moose. The first day comes to an end. We've walked many hours and many miles, and we still have no real leads, and we're all feeling kind of tired. The temperature is falling, but the morale stays intact. The hunt is only beginning. The next day, the hunters get a taste of how harsh the weather can be, even in summer. There's no visibility, making all outings useless, even dangerous. During the next 4 days, there's no improvement, and outings are limited to the camp's surroundings. The only thing to do is wait and be patient. In these latitudes, climatic variations are unpredictable. Changes in weather, however, do not disturb the moose in the least. They're very well adapted to this region, and the only areas that they avoid are 30-inch deep snowbanks.
Ну, понятно. Ну да. Угу.
The radio, the only contact with the outside world, announces that there will be no improvement. Andrei, the helicopter pilot, is the cook for this expedition. Ducks, ptarmigans embellish the bland cuisine, usually consisting of cabbage, potatoes, and the inevitable Russian sausage.
Canard de Sibérie. Donc tous les jours. Hein. You really think the helicopter will come tomorrow? You can order only now. You can bring the...
On the 5th day, the hunt can resume. We discover wolf tracks just 200 yards away from the first tents. An enormous footprint measuring a good 6 inches, an exciting discovery. The animal must weigh more than 130 pounds. It's probably a solitary old male tracking down a moose, but we discover the footprints of another animal a little further on. A snow sheep that must have come from the nearby Momsky Mountains. The moose is suspicious by nature. He's endowed with a keen sense of smell and a sharp sense of hearing. He can span 180 degrees with just one eye. This panoramic vision makes it very difficult for anyone to approach him. Suddenly, 2 moose couples are spotted.
Наледь белый, вот там вот смотри.
Да.
Видишь?
Лёг. А их было 4 штуки. Здесь 4 штуки рогачи и самки 2 штуки. 2 самки. 2. Да. И 4 рогача.
2 mâles et 2 femelles.
2 males and 2 females.
Putain, il est au diable ce
Wow, they're far away. Emotions run high at such a magnificent sight.
Волк. Юрий. Да. Давай покурим и пойдем. Видишь, ворчал.
Tu vois sa ramure?
Look at those antlers. But caution is important. At the slightest false movement, this massive but surprisingly graceful animal can run away. He can gallop faster than a reindeer or even a horse.
va comme ça, hein. Il va vers la forêt. Hein.
Faudrait qu'on...
Non, c'est mieux comme ça, non?
Il faut longer cette crête-là. Mais je crois pas qu'on a intérêt à
I think we should go this way and not too far down into the river and take advantage of the foliage.
But
he can't see us. We can walk over there, don't you think?
Il ne voit pas. Hein.
C'est qu'on va descendre au ras de la flotte et être dans son élément.
Il va comme ça, hein. Regarde. Oh, on y va. Hein.
Okay, let's get going.
Ce que j'ai ressenti pendant cette chasse à l'élan, c'était déjà au départ se promener dans cette espèce de forêt impénétrable où on se demandait ce qu'on faisait là parce que c'était très difficile et je ne voyais vraiment pas comment on pouvait trouver un élan dans cette forêt-là, en plus dans ces tourbières, parce que c'était vraiment pénible. Et puis au bout de quelques heures, c'est toujours ça le moment le plus fort, c'est que le garde et moi pratiquement en même temps quand je jumelais au-dessus d'une colline, c'est de dire là, il est là, on le voit. Il y a l'élan. Alors c'était d'abord une tache noire qu'on voyait dans les herbes, et puis à force de l'observer, on voyait son panache, sa ramure, et puis il avançait, et on voyait que ça devenait de plus en plus impressionnant. On avait l'impression qu'il se rapprochait tellement on le fixait. Et là, toutes les heures qu'on avait passées avant, on les avait complètement oubliées. Et pourtant, c'était à 3 ou 4 kilomètres de là où on était, bien sûr. Et quand le garde nous a dit, bon, maintenant on y va, on va essayer de l'approcher, on a oublié complètement la fatigue, complètement le temps, même la distance, on s'en foutait complètement. Et on est descendu, pas en courant bien sûr, mais on est descendu en essayant de l'approcher et à jouer à l'Indien. Et c'est ça qui est formidable, c'est cet animal qui est dans son milieu, nous on est l'intrus, et puis on joue à cache-cache, on traverse les rivières, on rampe, c'est ça le moment fort.
We crawled on the ground. It was an exhilarating feeling.
In spite of the difficulties, the hunters managed to get within almost 200 yards of the animal.
Remets.
Quickly, fire again, fire again.
Okay.
Did I get him?
C'est bon?
Il tombe pas.
He's not falling.
Allez.
I haven't got any more bullets.
C'est bon, il s'en ira pas. C'est bon.
C'est bon?
You got him, well done.
Bravo. C'est bon.
Merci.
Oh mon con.
Ah, il est beau, hein?
Non seulement il faut pouvoir approcher l'animal, mais il faut essayer de le tirer le plus proprement possible et qu'il meure le plus rapidement possible. C'est ça le but. Donc il faut le tirer net. Donc après un effort, on s'essouffle, on a le cœur qui bat, toute l'excitation parce qu'on voit le garde qui est excité parce qu'il aimerait aussi qu'on puisse l'avoir, de s'affoler sans s'affoler et avoir surtout un résultat. Donc il faut garder un peu la tête froide.
You panic without panicking, and there is a result. You have to keep a cool head.
Je voyais le canon qui était juste
I could see the gun slightly touching the blueberries. I was afraid he could see us.
J'avais peur qu'il nous voie, tu parles. Belle bête, hein.
Nice animal. Nice coat. This moose was an imposing old male, He'll make a beautiful hunting trophy. He must weigh close to 1,500 pounds. The span of his antlers comes to about 63 inches, indicating his rank in the herd and his age. His antlers fall off every December, grow back in the spring, and by August they reach their full size, just in time for the mating season. On some parts of his magnificently shaped antlers, you can still see the velvet, as it's called. These antlers prove how strong this old male must have been.
On est parti vers 8 heures.
We left around 8 in the morning, and it's now
Il est 1h15.
in the afternoon.
Là, tu l'as tiré à
We
1
shot
heure.
him at 1 o'clock. The local guide cuts the animal up, and with the help of the European guide, he's skinned, and only the front part is kept for future taxidermy. There's an abundance of meat, and it will be shared among the guides and their families.
C'est truffé de petites baies là, hein, dans tout ce coin là, c'est pour ça qu'ils sont là. Tout ce que tu vois, toutes les petites plantes mauves que tu
You
vois
see
là,
those
sont
small
des
mauve
baies.
plants over there?
Ah oui,
They're
pas
loaded
précisément des
with
myrtilles.
small
mais enfin,
berries. I'll bet they must
c'est
attract
comestible, ça
bears.
doit attirer les ours aussi. Il doit y avoir les ours qui doivent venir bouffer tout ça.
A 10-day bivouac. We're getting close to the campground. We pack up all the material. The helicopter goes to pick up the moose. It's a 5-hour walk from here, but with the helicopter, it's just a couple of rotor blade turns. The moose was too heavy for the men to carry back to the camp. The skin was carefully salted, and the hunting trophy was hung up in a tree, out of the reach of wolves, bears, and wolverines. Seeing the forest from the air, one tends to forget how difficult it was to cross by foot.
Did a bear try to climb up?
Surprise! Despite all the necessary precautions, a family of bears has eaten a good part of the meat. Luckily, the hunting trophy is still intact, ready to make the journey back to Paris with his owner, this hunter. The helicopter flies away, returning Siberia's vast plains to their original solitude.
Блин, заебал. Пешком. Возьми коня, возьми. Allez. Good. Oh, celui-là, il était dans les montagnes, hein. Il était
He
haut.
was in the mountains, way up high.
Ой, да. Сейчас баня, горячо. Ну, молодец, Евгений, я верил в тебя, как в прошлый раз. Я его на 50 метров подвел, блин, понял? On a pris le truc, lui, c'est une bête.
He took the head, he was huge. He put it on his shoulders and went down by foot.
4 heures de marche,
4 hour
en
hike.
descendant, traverser la
Oh, I
rivière
thought it was
et remonter. J'ai cru que j'allais crever.
hunters decided to meet at the Kazakhstan border in the immense lands of Central Asia with its mountains, plains and depressions. We head east in the direction of the vast Sayan Mountains. These celestial peaks that border China lie between Altai and Tachang. This border has been off limits since the communist regime came to power in 1918. After the independence of Kazakhstan, this vast region, forgotten for over a century, was rediscovered in 1991. It is the first time that Western hunters have come to hunt the Maral, the largest stag in the world.
Donc le Maral qu'on vient chasser ici, c'est un cerf élave, c'est un cerf de montagne qui est adapté à la haute montagne, puisqu'on les trouve entre 1800 et 2300 mètres, il passe l'école à 2006. C'est un cerf donc très puissant qui peut peser jusqu'à 400 kg et qui porte des bois qui ne sont pas des cornes, parce que les bois tombent tous les ans et repoussent ce qu'on appelle des velours, qui sont très appréciés dans la pharmacopée asiatique, puisqu'ils les considèrent comme des aphrodisiaques, en tout cas des fortifiants. Donc ça tombe tous les ans. Et ça, c'est une mue tout à fait normale, c'est pas un très grand cerf. C'est une mue de l'année dernière, donc a dû tomber en février, et qui repousse après jusqu'à août en velours. Après, au mois d'août, les velours tombent. Et on a des cerfs qui, selon normalement l'espèce, enfin le Maral type, il porte 6 andouillés. Donc il en faudrait un de plus ici. Mais il y en a des très grands, nous on les appelle les bolchoïs ici, parce que le bolchoï c'est le terme qui veut dire grand. L'opéra, c'est le grand opéra de Moscou, c'est le bolchoï. Ben, les grands marals, on les appelle les bolchoïs. Et peuvent porter jusqu'à 10 andouillés et le trophée en lui-même peut peser jusqu'à 18-20 kg. Et c'est parmi les plus grands cerfs du monde. Alors on est venu de Moscou, donc Paris, Moscou, Oust-Kamenogorsk, un vol qui dure 4 heures. Et après, à Oust, on a pris un hélicoptère qui survole une partie du lac Zaïzan, qui survole la ville de Zaïzan. Et là, on est tout près de ce pic de 2930 mètres, tout près de la frontière chinoise, sur le mont Sayan.
At the beginning of the century, George Littledale, Douglas Carruthers, and Nicolas de Przewalski, for whom the wild horse of Central Asia is named, were the last explorers and hunters to travel through the region of Sayan.
Un petit peu haut, mais...
Oui, mais c'est juste seulement 100 mètres.
Quoi?
C'est seulement 100
Yeah,
mètres.
but that's normal.
Un petit peu haut, c'est ça au-dessus, tu vois, à peu près.
Oui, c'est normal. Parce
Ça va.
que tu es sûrement aussi sur 150
C'est parce
mètres.
qu'on est à...
It's because
on est
we're
à 1800
above
mètres d'altitude.
5,900
Oui, et puis
feet.
150
Ça relève.
mètres. 150 mètres.
Elle est réglée à peu près pile à 200.
Alors c'est normal. C'est
Ouais,
normal.
là, ça doit être un petit peu haut. On va voir si la carabine
Let's see if the rifle,
n'a pas reçu
well,
la
more
lunette
exactly,
plus
the
exactement, n'a pas
sight of
reçu
the
un choc pendant le
rifle
transport.
wasn't damaged during
Juste
the
on
trip.
tire une cartouche ou deux.
Fire off a couple of rounds.
Il faut être à 5 cm,
Your
à 100
eye has
mètres
to be
au-dessus
1
du
inch above the black
point
target.
noir. C'est bien en hauteur,
The height's
pas très
okay.
bien à gauche, mais ça peut être un coup
The
de doigt.
left's a little off. Maybe my finger
Même
moves.
grave.
It's not too far off though.
Peut-être en retirer une.
Still, I better fire another one just to see exactly how
Voir
far
si elle n'est
it
pas un
is
peu
off
déréglée à
the line.
gauche.
The climate is very harsh, and even in September there can be great differences in temperature during the day. One has to protect oneself against the rain and the cold, especially at night, when temperatures drop below freezing. It has been 5,000 years since the horse has been domesticated in Central Asia. The people of Kazakh, originally semi-nomads, devote all their time to breeding horses. In the mountains, these horses are strong, robust and sturdy. They are precious allies and companions for the long journey in this rugged and magnificent countryside.
Demande-lui de prendre la peau.
The Maral Maral's tracks lead us to a larch and spruce forest, where we discover an undergrowth with abundant vegetation. A wide variety of bushes, blackcurrant, blueberry, wild dog rose, and wild raspberry, and all sorts of berries that protect and nourish the wildlife of the Sayan mountains during the winter months. Spotting plays an important role in this kind of hunting. Therefore, it is important to hunt by groups of 2, which makes it easier to spot the animal at greater distances. With the help of a caller, we can imitate the bugling sound of the Maral. This high-pitched whistle sound is quite a contrast to the Maral's imposing mass and weight. The Maral is identical to the North American wapiti, but very different from the European stag. Bugling season takes place in the months of September and October.
Oh, he's got magnificent antlers.
It is very difficult to approach the Maral because he is always on his guard. In these mountains, the wind is constantly changing direction. The deer can smell and locate a human at a distance of more than 500 yards. If the wind is favorable, you can get as close as 50 yards or so without being discovered, but usually a doe will warn him before that. The stag and the doe only spend time together during the bugling season. After mating, they each go back to their respective herds.
Attends.
Il est mort.
He's dead. He's dead.
Ah oui, c'est un très beau Maral, ça.
What a beautiful
Pas le
stag.
record, mais ça vaut. J'ai eu l'impression que je le tirais un peu plus bas, mais j'ai peut-être fait un petit...
Non, puis tu le prenais comme ça, donc.
Oui, je le prenais presque...
Scent to stop animals like wolves, bears, or gluttons from eating this delicious meal. Still strong and robust, Respect, the old guide, is proud to be the one who brings the stag back to the camp.
Maral идет!
are the hunter's trophy, his reward. But for the reserve, they symbolize much more. The fee paid to shoot this animal will help preserve the wildlife of this territory. Each year, quotas are established by local authorities and Kazakh scientists. They also decide how many animals can be bagged in a season. We return to the camp that is nestled in a small valley near a river under larch trees. The hunters stay in these round traditional tents called yurts that are still used by Kazakh shepherds as they move their herds. In these very difficult hunting conditions, it is preferable to use a powerful rifle, like a 7RM or a 300WM.
This is a solid rifle.
The Kazakh guides prepare the hunting trophy. The skull is boiled, making it easier to detach the flesh. The most efficient way to preserve meat at this altitude is to smoke it.
Меня зовут Жанибек, мне 34 года. Я
My name is
женатый, у меня
Janibek.
5
I'm
детей.
34 years old.
Я
I'm
закончил
married. I
лесной
have 5
техникум.
children, 2 daughters
Сейчас
and 3
работаю егерем
sons.
Зайсанского района.
I'm the gamekeeper of the Zaysan
Наше место
district.
очень богатое. У
My
нас
work consists of taking a
архары,
census of the
маралы,
animals.
косули, медведи,
There are many different
барсы.
animals in this national park.
Птицы есть у нас улары,
Stags, of course,
тетерев,
but also bears, wolves,
теклики, рябчики.
argalis, ibex, snow
фазаны.
leopards,
Фазаны мы
lynx,
привезли
roe
из
deer,
Киргизстана.
and black grouse.
Сейчас водится очень много.
I use my rifle to protect myself
Осенью
against
будем
wolves and bears,
готовить
but mostly against poachers.
на чучелов.
They shoot the stags
Фазана.
for the panty or velvet, which is then sold on the Hong Kong
Работаем.
market at about $1,000 a
Часто
pound.
выезжаем на
Today I'm
рейды.
acting as a guide.
Ловим
The
браконьеров.
foreigners who come here to hunt must
Когда
have a
ловим
license. They pay a
браконьеры,
$2,000 fee for
для
each animal
самообороны
they
нам
shoot.
дали
And this money is then used to pay the gamekeepers,
Сайгу.
and it also helps
Для
preserve
самообороны.
wildlife in this territory.
Four in the morning. The other hunters have shot their stag. Benoît has decided to explore the other side of the mountain. To spot a stag, it's imperative to get up very early. At dawn, the Maral ventures out to a glade, an open space, staying there until about midday. After that, it goes back into the forest. only to come out again late afternoon, about dusk.
Ouais, j'en ai, ouais.
Oui, mais pour les autres.
Je t'en donner. Si des fois.
Non, c'est les cheveux sont.
Kazakhstan, hunting is considered an athletic sport. It is vital that the sportsman be in excellent physical condition to hunt the Maral, because this animal is only found in the mountains, at altitudes where you will usually find a European chamois. In a day, hunters can face important differences in altitudes ranging from 1,600 to 3,300 feet. A stag's lifespan can range from 12 to 14 years. First, he is a fawn, then a calf, then a spike stag, then a third and fourth year stag, and so on. The young stag stays with his mother until she chases him away before the next bugling season. The stag is only 500 yards away. An experienced hunter will not shoot him at this distance, so as not to wound him and cause unnecessary suffering. The shot should be fired from 300 yards at the most. Renaud tries to get closer to the stag.
Le Maral s'est barré. On nous avait vanté quand on a fait le tour. Comme ça. Le vent s'est mis à monter. Le matin, le vent monte généralement. Et là, on est sur sa place de bras. Et même du poil. Il se frotte les bois contre ce pin. Ça permet de délimiter son territoire. Et là, il a filé dans une ou deux vallées.
We put up a fly camp. There is no question of giving up. Tomorrow morning at dawn, we will continue to stalk the deer. The deer tracks can no longer be seen the next day. But 300 yards away, Renaud spots a 6x6 pointer.
Une fois qu'un chasseur tire un maral, le trophée lui revient. C'est-à-dire ce qui l'intéresse dans la chasse sportive, c'est cette notion de trophée qui est un peu difficile à expliquer, mais qui pour le chasseur sportif est un peu un Graal. Plus l'animal sera vieux, plus les bois seront grands, développés, et plus plus, il y a une notion d'esthétique qui intervient. C'est une œuvre d'art de la nature. Donc pour le chasseur, c'est quelque chose de très important. Mais puis ça le pousse aussi à aller loin et pas prendre le premier maral venu. C'est-à-dire que comme il cherche un très grand maral, un vieux maral, qui généralement sont plus intégrés dans les structures familiales de l'espèce, c'est pas gênant pour la faune sauvage. Quand on ramène ce trophée, d'abord c'est un souvenir d'une action de chasse dans un espace différent, merveilleux, parce qu'on ne vient pas ici que pour tuer des animaux, on vient ici pour chasser avec des minorités locales différentes, dans des paysages incroyables, et puis se défoncer physiquement réellement, puisqu'on chasse jusqu'à 2006 sur ces grands cerfs qui ont une défense admirable parce qu'il y a des prédateurs, il y a les ours, il y a les loups, et puis il y a l'homme, donc c'est une chasse très difficile. Donc, outre l'aspect décoratif, il y a cette notion de difficulté, c'est-à-dire qu'on met une barrière un peu plus haut, et c'est l'éthique de la chasse sportive.
How many did you shoot?
Two. I'm completely exhausted. I shot one at almost 10,000 feet up.
Where's the other one?
With Ruslan.
Moscow, City of Lights, with its numerous church towers, is our first stopover before we reach Dushanbe, the capital of Tajikistan, a former Soviet Socialist republic in the southern part of Central Asia's Far East. Then we head towards the mountains, to the vast PARMIRS mountain range that borders Tibet and the Himalayas, the rooftop of the world. These remote and almost inaccessible mountains give the hunter a feeling of what an expedition must have been like at the turn of the century. At 13,000 feet, we set up our main hunting camp in the Balankik River Valley. The PARMIRS are the highest peaks in the former USSR. The peaks called Communism and Lenin, bordering Afghanistan, are 23,000 feet high. The hunters, surrounded by this breathtaking scenery, have come to hunt the Marco Polo Agali, a giant wild mountain sheep that can weigh more than 300 pounds. Hunting the Agali is considered the most difficult hunting in the world.
Is that 200 yards?
You're too far down. The shot will be about 4 feet below target.
La neige vole dans les herbes là-bas.
Oui, il est à 1 mètre en dessous.
This weapon was adjusted to a 180-grain bullet, which is average. The hunter was using 220-grain bullets. This is why he kept aiming downwards, below target. Anyway, when you are in the mountains and your rifle is adjusted to a 200-grain bullet and your target is 300 yards away, it is always better to aim 4 inches higher.
What should we take with us?
Sleeping bag. Yes, sleeping bag. And hot sinks. Yes. And second sinks.
Second sinks. Ok. Tu vois, il faut des affaires de rechange. Ouais. Des chaussettes de rechange, un haut et un bas de rechange, et puis ton sac de couchage, et ta carabine, des cartouches, des jumelles, ton scope.
On n'en met pas une carabine.
Toi, c'est pas la peine. Tu relances rien.
The Marco Polo Argali borrowed its name from the famous Venetian explorer who discovered the existence of this specific Argali around 1273 while he was traveling and exploring the Silk Route. In his logbook he writes, "A fabulous animal with extraordinary horns. Their impressive length is beyond one's imagination."
We left camp at around 10 o'clock in the morning to go and observe a couple of Marco Polos which had been spotted just behind a small mountain about an hour away. So we left with hardly any hunting gear or food because we were just supposed to look at them and come back. But when we reached the mountain, they weren't there. They always seemed to be behind the next hill. And on it went. We finally found them 2 hours later at around noon. Indeed, there were 4 rams at the top of the mountain at 13 or 14,000 feet. Once behind the mountain, we saw 10 more rams that were about 300 yards down from the others.
300 mètres plus bas, ce qui fait qu'en fait on était au
We
milieu
were
de
about halfway up the mountain, hiding
la
behind
pente, si tu
a
veux.
small boulder.
Yuri m'a
This
dit,
is when Yuri said, when you
Quand
get
tu
to the
arrives,
last 30 yards, there'll be
derrière
enough
un petit
time to get into position,
les
and
30
you'll have
derniers
about a minute to a minute and a half
tu vas avoir
to
le temps de te
shoot.
mettre en position et ensuite tu auras 1 minute et demie pour tirer.
You
Et
can
tu
either
choisis
choose
ce
the
que tu
ones
veux,
that are
soit en haut, soit en
below
bas.
or above you. It doesn't make any difference. So I went with Rosalind, and at the exact moment that we finished our approach, the 4 that were higher up lifted their heads and came charging down to the ones below. So all in all, I had 20 seconds to shoot. The ram I was aiming at was about 150 yards away from us. I aimed, fired, and missed. Now he was 200 yards away. I fired a second shot, which hit his leg.
Je l'ai touché à la jambe. Et un troisième
I
coup à
fired a third
250
shot at
mètres.
300 yards, which hit him and badly wounded his flank. At that moment, the other 13 rams started running towards the top of the mountain, while the one I had hit kept moving parallel.
À distance égale. Puis il est allé.
After about 400 yards, he finally stopped and lay down.
S'allonger à 400 mètres. Donc on a attendu 10 minutes, un quart d'heure, et on pensait qu'il était, tu vois, en train d'agoniser.
We waited about 10 to 15 minutes. We felt that he must be in agony, so we decided to get closer and shoot the final round.
Et au moment où on l'approchait,
At that moment, he got up and started charging full force up the mountain.
Fond la caisse en
He was
montant.
gone in a flash, even though he was limping and badly
On
hurt.
sentant qu'il était blessé, mais il est parti en montant. Il a avalé
He ran down 2
deux vallées.
valleys. We caught up with him going up the second valley at about 16,000
On s'est
feet.
retrouvé la deuxième fois, il était à 4008. Et à
He
4008,
lay down
il
on
s'était mis
some
sur des
rocks
rochers,
and he was
allongé
losing a lot of
sur
blood.
des rochers. Donc il
We
perdait pas mal
climbed
de
up to
sang.
him.
Et puis il était allongé sur des
Physically, I
rochers.
felt as if I was
Il a fallu qu'on grimpe
dying.
à 4008.
Running down after him and then climbing up a
Avec
second
deux
mountain
vallées
was very
en montant
difficult.
jusqu'à 4008. Putain, là j'ai cru que je rendais là. Vraiment, putain, la mort. En plus avec
Yuri and
et
Rosalind kept telling me to hurry up. We'd been hunting for over 3 hours and I was very thirsty. So I ate a bit of snow. They told me I mustn't, but at that point I just didn't care.
Il me dit non, non, c'est pas bon. Je dis, ça sert à rien du fou. Moi je m'en fous, je bouffe un peu de neige.
When we reached the wounded ram, we
et
made
donc, on est
another
arrivé.
approach, but again he
Là, on
got
a
up
fait une
and went
approche.
behind some boulders, so I couldn't
Il
shoot
s'est
for the
levé,
moment.
il est passé derrière des rochers, donc j'ai pas pu tirer.
But
Ensuite,
then
il
he
est sorti
came out
des
from
rochers.
behind the boulders
Donc là,
and
j'ai
I
pu
fired.
retirer. Et alors là, il a
That's where he tumbled down 2,000 yards, almost to the river, and immediately started climbing up the other side of the mountain.
Il est remonté de l'autre côté, 500 mètres. Oh la mort! Mais la
It was
mort,
murder. You can't imagine how
on
I
était à
felt.
4008 en
We were at
face.
16,000 feet, and the ram was on the opposite side of the mountain. It was hell because the slope was covered with loose stones, and you really felt the difference in altitude.
Et alors, si tu veux, ils me disent ouais,
They kept telling me to hurry up, and go down.
Je suis descendu jusqu'à la
I was right behind them until we reached the river. I even managed to cross it, but then I felt overcome with exhaustion. I couldn't take another step. I was completely dehydrated. I told Ruslan to go and fire the last shot because I just couldn't do it. And that's what he did. But we'd been hunting this ram for 5 hours, and so it was almost dead. Anyway, I know I was too exhausted to finish him off.
Il était quasiment mort, quoi, tu vois. Il était agonisant. Et moi, je pouvais pas, putain, j'étais là. Parce on l'a pisté 5h15, quoi.
For me, hunting is about learning how to live with nature, animals, and your fellow man. To hunt in such difficult conditions or such high altitudes, you really have to be in tune with nature. It's true, people usually think that hunting means just shooting and killing an animal, but there's a lot more to it. It's also about human relationships. For example, hunting with the Tajik guides is an unforgettable experience.
Puis les chasseurs, ils ont aussi un rôle d'alerte, c'est-à-dire que
as hunters, we're there to, if you like, sound the alarm. We're always trying to keep local government officials informed of how different species are evolving. In fact, just a couple of minutes ago, a guide was telling me that it was thanks to these hunting expeditions that the Marco Polo Argali population had increased. These hunting expeditions also make it possible to implement other nature and wildlife conservation programs.
The hunters contribute financially to these programs by paying a fee of $10,000 for each animal shot. This inscription was engraved by a Tajik shepherd. It goes back to the era of the great explorers. In 1894, the Viscount of Poncin travelled this route leading to Kashmir, bringing back some magnificent Marco Polos. In this rock desert, devoid of trees, they use argol as fuel for heating. In anticipation of cold winter months, the Tajik shepherds collect dried yak dung while moving their herds. During the month of November, the temperatures at night can drop to minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit. It's amazing how many Marco Polos we've seen. There are herds of them. 4 years ago, there weren't so many. 2 years ago, there seemed to be a few more, but this year, it's really amazing how many there are.
But why are there so many now?
Well, each year there are about 10 to 15 foreigners who come to hunt in this region. But in the last 2 years, there have been fewer hunters because of all the political turmoil in Tajikistan.
How do they manage to protect this area?
You know, the Tajik is above all a gamekeeper. There are about 3 or 4 of them who regularly patrol these valleys. The Marco Polo population is very dense in this region. While we were up in the mountains, we saw 3 different snow leopard footprints. You saw one on this side, and the others said they saw one during the day, which is pretty rare. This proves when there are more Marco Polos, there's more food for the snow leopards, allowing the snow leopard to redevelop itself in this region. And this is thanks to sports hunting. Thanks to you.
The horns are separated from the skull, making it easier to transport the hunting trophy.
The right side measures 4 feet and 8 inches. And the left side measures 4'9". Let's see how old he is. He's 9 years old. If this ram were 12 years old, his horns would come down to here and would measure about 5 feet. This is a really nice trophy. What was the temperature this morning? 8 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yeah, at dawn this morning it was 8.
No, it's about 26.
To reach the more remote hunting areas, Renaud and the Mansour guide set up a fly camp at an altitude of 13,000 feet. Horses are only used to transport equipment. Argali rams and ewes live separately in their respective herds. The Argali lamb stays with its mother for the first 2 years. Their horns grow 4 to 8 inches a year and measure about 4 to 5 feet by age 12. 12 years is the average lifespan of an Argali.
Позвать оператора. Он хочет поговорить, здесь проблемы есть.
He's preparing the Marco Polo's testicles. They're supposed to be very tasty, and they'll give us the energy necessary to climb the mountain tomorrow. Here are some small Marco Polo sausages. We will keep 1 testicle for breakfast tomorrow. By the way, they're delicious. Over there we can see some tracks made by a snow leopard. It's quite rare to see them, even though there are quite a few of them in this area. The snow leopard probably came to sleep under this block of ice last night and left either early this morning or just before we came. You can see the footprints here. The snow leopard is found in all high mountain areas of Asia. He's always been considered an endangered species, especially in the densely populated areas of Pakistan and Nepal. Poachers have decreased the number of snow leopards. It's also true that there are lots of them in Tibet, the PARMIRS, ALTAＩ'S, and certain areas of Tian Shan, where there are fewer inhabitants. But we hardly ever get to see one during the day because they are primarily nocturnal. The snow leopard is one of the greatest predators on Earth. He prefers to live isolated, each in his own valley. 16,000 feet. We are higher than Mont Blanc. Mountain peaks reach their summits at an altitude of 16,500 to 17,000 feet. A herd of mountain sheep must have come through here. They come to eat the grass. It doesn't look as if there's any grass here, but near the rocks you can find small clumps of it. At night, they stay at low altitude. Yet, during the day, they prefer being at very high altitudes on small overhangs. Look at that one over there, he's huge. That third one is a very big Marco Polo. Let's have a bite to eat, and then while they're sleeping, we'll try to get near them. Seen us. This is a very typical Marco Polo. His horns are high. Ideally, they should curve down, but you can't always get what they call around here a bolshoi, which means a big one. Climbing to 16,400 feet is not the most difficult part, because when you know that there is a Marco Polo waiting for you, you seem to sprout wings. What's hard is the hike back to camp, especially the last 500 yards. You feel like you're 100 years old. We finally make it back to camp, completely exhausted and collapse.
Peace and serenity return at last to these majestic mountains as the surrounding wildlife once again reclaims control of its own destiny.
Magnifique, encore.
Kodiak, an island off the south of Alaska whose vast territory measures nearly 600,000 square miles. Land of the ALTAＩ'S, who long ago baptized it Alyeska, the Great Earth. In the service of Peter the Great, Emperor of Russia, Vitus Bering was the first to discover Alaska in 1741. 50 years later, following the footsteps of this famous navigator, Baranov the Russian took up residence in Kodiak. He founded a Russian colony at Three Saints Bay, which helped the American-Russian company secure the fur trade monopoly. In 1867, Alaska is sold to the United States by the Tsar Alexander II for $7 million. It is not until the 20th century that Kodiak becomes the second largest fishing port in the United States, employing over 2,000 boats. Massive amounts of shrimp and king crab are fished during this period. Today, these threatened species are protected by wildlife conservation laws, and the fish industry consists mainly of salmon and halibut. Kodiak has also become a hunter's paradise for polar sea duck hunting.
My name is Hiram Newcomer, and I'm 47 years old. I live in Kodiak, Alaska. I've lived here for 26 years. I am a guide for big game and ducks. And at this time we're hunting ducks. I've been doing this for about 10 or 12 years. I hunt right out of town. I use my own boat, and we hunt mostly sea ducks out on the ocean in several different ways, depending on what type of duck you want and the weather. We hunt mostly off of rocks or reefs with decoys. Another way is we walk up and down the rivers and along the shoreline. And the other way is we hunt them out of the boat. To be legal, the motor has to be shut off and all movement from the motor stopped. But when that happens, then you can shoot out of the boat.
Okay.
Here in Kodiak, the hunters find waterfowling species that are very rare in Europe. To attract the birds towards the coast, the sport hunters use decoys or fake plastic ducks.
That's incredible. Would you look at that? A Stella Zyder in the middle of the decoys. Since the Exxon Valdez oil spill, it's forbidden to hunt these ducks.
In 1989, the Exxon Valdez's black tide practically destroyed the entire Alaskan eider population. By protecting them, the American government has succeeded in slowly bringing this species back. The hunting season opens January 1st and ends January 22nd. This is when the sea ducks wear their wedding plumage.
Ça met en confiance quand même de premier coup.
Au radio, tu tires pas.
Change of direction. Hiram comes back to get the sport hunters he dropped off earlier to take them to another hunting zone. A well-deserved break before getting on the boats to hunt these sea ducks that love to steer far away from the coasts.
This is so picturesque. During this time of year, the days are short. At these latitudes, the sun never rises before 10 in the morning, and it sets at about 5 in the afternoon. The sun never gets very high. It seems to be permanently floating on the horizon. Bruno, the team's taxidermist, is going to stuff a harlequin duck that was bagged this morning. I'm putting back the feathers where they belong because after having been shot and washed, they've gotten out of place.
To reconstruct the animal's body, Bruno uses straw, but also a dummy that he has sculpted himself.
I'm going to put the body back into the skin. I come to Alaska to hunt because you can find many magnificent Nordic duck species. Like, for example, this harlequin duck, which I'm putting back together. At home, in Europe, the harlequin duck is only found in Iceland. And since you're not allowed to hunt in Iceland, we come here. Plus, you can find many other kind of waterfowl species, like the scoters, who are divided into several subgroups. There's the common scoter, the velvet scoter, the surf scoter. They're all very beautiful sea ducks. You can also find goosander, red-breasted merganser, who only eat fish, in comparison to the harlequin, the golden-eye or Barrow's golden-eye that only eat mussels. There's a great quantity of mussels on Kodiak Island. The ducks come here to winter because it freezes up everywhere else.
Ailleurs, tout est gelé. In
Alaska, there are about 15 sea duck species. I'll name some for you. First, you have 4 types of diving ducks. Here's the harlequin, the golden-eye, Barrow's golden-eye, and the bufflehead.
Bufflehead ou garrot alvéole.
And then you have the 3 types of scoters I mentioned earlier. A very different species is the long-tailed duck. Then you have a more commonly known species like the mallard, gadwall, and the green-winged teal. The big marine ducks called eiders are difficult to hunt, but if you're lucky you can find Pacific eider, king eider, and Steller's eider, now an endangered and protected species. I'm a taxidermist and hunter. I'm a taxidamist because I like birds, and once they're dead, I try to bring them back to life. Well, I know it's difficult to imitate Mother Nature. You can really find beautiful sea ducks here to add to your collection. That's why I come here. It's my 3rd time to Alaska, and each time it's with different hunters. There's no mass hunting done here. The hunters only bag 1 male from every species. It's just for their collection.
D'abattage, on fait uniquement de la chasse pour la collection, donc on tire un mâle de chaque espèce. Le garrot alvéole, ça vole très très vite.
The bufflehead flies very fast. It's very difficult to get near him, but we finally succeed. It's really a beautiful duck, magnificent colors. It's called the bufflehead because the ruff on his crest is like an enormous buffalo head.
This morning, the temperature has suddenly dropped. The snow and the fog stops us from going out hunting today. Kodiak is home to the Alaskan brown bear, There are about 2,500 bears living in Kodiak's vast national wildlife refuge that covers 2/3 of the island. One can tell a Kodiak brown bear by his impressive size and weight. This is thanks to the amount of salmon he eats each year. A male can weigh up to 1,500 pounds and measure over 10 feet when standing on his hind legs. It's the largest carnivorous animal in the world.
The town of Kodiak is right here. With the boat, we mostly hunt in Woman's Bay, around the point into Middle Bay, and out around these islands that are offshore from town. We do this hunting mostly in January. That's the best time when most of the ducks are here and their plumage is the best. I mostly take these hunts for collectors, not people that just want to shoot a lot of ducks, but just people that want to collect different specimens, a few of each kind. That is what I do. I keep it limited to 8 birds per person per day. It's not the law, but it's something that I do for myself. I don't like to see a lot of ducks killed because a lot of them are wasted.
Hiram drops Jack off on a nearby reef. Surprised seals observe them with inquisitive eyes. An extremely cold spell has hit the island. There are fewer ducks. Most have gone out to sea. Some diving ducks, like the long-tailed duck, can dive down as far as 70 feet below sea level to catch fish.
Nothing's come by, huh? No ducks?
Not close. I had a couple of red-breasted 20 minutes, but even too far, suddenly they fly. But it was a bit far, and I shot it behind because they are very close from the ice.
The weather here can be anything from rain to sunshine to snow, fog, a lot of wind. The average temperature here in the winter is about 38 degrees Fahrenheit. This winter is an especially bad one. We've had it down to 10 degrees, 15 degrees for about 3 weeks, which is real unusual.
This peaceful Alaskan coast is also home to the king of the birds, the bald eagle, America's national emblem. Ice floes begin to form. The birds move further and further away from the coast. All decoying attempts are in vain.
I'm cleaning my gun because in these hunting conditions, our guns go through a lot. Sea water, sea spray, and sometimes they get knocked around on the cliffs. That's why we have to use very special guns. The ducks around here are very tough, so we use automatic shotguns that can rapidly fire off 3 cartridges.
Très résistants, ce qui plus est ce sont des canards plongeurs, donc si jamais on blesse un canard,
if we miss and only end up wounding the bird.
Le retirer sur l'eau parce que sinon on va le perdre, il va être blessé.
We can shoot straight away again before the sea duck gets away.
Il faut des armes qui portent loin.
It's important that the gun can shoot great distances and use American ammunition, because here in Kodiak it's mandatory to shoot with steel cartridges. You can't use lead ones like in France. This goldeneye is a very difficult bird to find in the world. This is a red-breasted merganser. Inside his beak, he has what looks like teeth. And this is a male harlequin. What a bird.
The hunters leave this vast land, one of the largest animal sanctuaries in the world, their heads filled with memories of the past days and proud to be taking back some of the most beautiful existing waterfowl specimens on Earth. Cameroon, Africa. This triangular-shaped country of 183 square miles is located on the far side of the Gulf of Guinea. Its earth is warm and generous, its scenery is forever changing, and its countryside is both lush and arid, humid and burnt. The abundance and variety of wildlife makes this country a true paradise for amateur big game hunters. We head north. Our destination is the MAYO OLDIRI territory, where we will stalk the giant derby eland. This gives us the chance to discover Lamido de Reduba's palace, a high priest and lord of this region. The Dogaris are magnificent horsemen, and as guards protect the palace from indiscreet eyes. On our way to the campsite, we stop to pick up the guides in their native village, Mbao. The Duru, the region's local ethnic group, are farmers and cultivate cotton, millet, and corn. Until 1951, the cotton was grown solely for local consumption. Today, however, it has become its most valuable export crop. The men thresh the millet, while the women harvest. In the bush at this time of year, you can see children playing everywhere on white, bright mounds of cotton. Today, the cotton crop has become the region's major source of income. We arrive at the MAYO OLDIRI campsite, a hunting zone of about 400 acres. The hunters make themselves at home in small houses located on the banks of the Benue River called Bukarusan.
Tu as tiré avec quoi, avec ça?
J'aurais une blindée, je l'aurais tiré avec la blindée.
Bon, on va aller regarder. Ouais, à mon avis, elle tire un peu à droite, ce que tu vois. Bon, ça, je tire un peu haut. Première, ma seconde, ma troisième.
Je m'appelle Arwa. Je suis chef-pisteur de la zone.
I'm a guide for the MAYO OLDIRI refuge. I live in Mbao, a small village with my wife. My work consists of tracking down the animals for the hunters. The hardest to track is the giant derby eland. I use the wind to track down this type of eland. If the wind comes towards me, I can easily track him. The wind goes this way, I try to get behind it.
Je suis la plus grosse du
I only
Zéland.
choose one pair of footprints, the biggest.
Et les blancs
This
sont
way,
cassés.
I'm practically sure it's
Si
an
c'est
old
presse,
male.
je vois.
I also look for the crushed
Si
and
c'est pas
broken
presse, je vois.
branches. I see
Si
if
la
the break
chasse est
is
fermée,
fresh
je reste les
or not so
gardes
fresh.
pour garder le camp.
When the hunting season is over, I become a guard here at the campsite.
For this kind of hunting, it is essential to be in excellent physical condition, as well as to have a keen sense of observation. Patience and perseverance are also key assets for tracking wild game. The guides know exactly where to find drinking water, just a couple of inches under their feet. To the north of this area is the savanna, also called the bush country. This area has an extremely varied fauna, which includes elephants, giraffes, hippopotamus, buffaloes, lions, various antelopes, monkeys, reptiles, and many species of birds. Since World War II, Cameroon has organized it so that all big game hunts are of the outfitted safari type. The government has granted these hunting areas to local guides for a 10-year period. The guides, in return, give a percentage of the revenue they collect from these safaris to national wildlife conservation associations. During the dry season, brush fires ignite spontaneously. The dry surrounding vegetation burns rapidly, allowing new and tender grass to grow back in its place, a vital food source for all herbivores of this country. In addition to this natural phenomenon, the guides also start brush fires. This very inflammable arborescent and bush vegetation resists the violence of the flames very well. This warthog would make a nice change from our daily diet. The meat is reputed to be excellent.
Tu vois, il y a les grès, contrairement à notre sanglier, les grès sont plus développés ici, les défenses sont peu développées.
Voilà.
Je m'appelle Yannick Pelteret.
I'm Yannick Pelteret. I'm a hunting guide in Cameroon.
De cette merveilleuse antilope
and I'm
qu'est
going to
l'élan de
talk to
Derby.
you about a marvelous antelope, the
C'est un
giant
animal qui a
Derby
une
eland.
longévité de 25 ans.
Its lifespan is about
Qui met pas
25 years,
le plus souvent
and the
la nuit.
females always give birth
petit
during the night,
et
either to
exceptionnellement
one
deux
or very
petits.
exceptionally
Il y a une,
to two young ones.
particularité, c'est que cet animal mange le
Afterwards,
placenta.
it eats the
pour
placenta
justement
in order to
éviter
keep predators
les
away.
prédateurs. Alors on l'appelle
In this part
on
of the
l'appelle
country,
l'antilope
the
fantôme.
Derby is
Pourquoi
called the
cette antilope
phantom
fantôme?
antelope.
Parce que c'est une antilope
Why a phantom
qui
antelope?
se déplace
Because it's always on the move.
tout le temps. Elle ne
It
prend que
hardly ever
quelques heures de
sleeps,
repos
except for a
aux
couple
heures
of
chaudes,
hours during the hottest
entre
part of the
11 heures et
day,
13 heures,
between 11
et
and 1
encore.
o'clock.
Alors, on
But even
l'aperçoit
that's not
le
always the
matin
case.
à 300-400 mètres.
For example, if you spot an
On
antelope
s'imagine
in the
qu'on va
morning
la-
at about
la revoir
450
dans
yards,
dans quelques kilomètres et on n'arrive jamais à la revoir. Un jour, 2 jours, 3 jours plus tard, suivant les conditions, si on est à bon vent, etc. Donc c'est pour ça que les Africains l'appellent l'antilope fantôme.
Anyway, this is why Africans call it the phantom antelope.
Alors la population des élands derby sur le territoire du Mayo OLDIRI. On a estimé cette population à environ 800 000 élands derby. En moyenne, on ne prélève par an qu'entre 2 et 5 élands derby. Il y a une population dense sur le Cameroun parce qu'ils se retrouvent dans leur biotope préféré. À savoir que ces animaux mangent exclusivement des plantes médicamenteuses, des gardénias, des isoberlinia, des sarcophilus et des crossopteryx febriguna. L'aire de répartition des élans derby est conditionnée par ces arbustes. S'il n'y avait pas ces arbustes, il n'y a pas d'élan derby. Donc, au Cameroun, particulièrement dans le nord Cameroun, il y a tout ce type de végétation, ce qui fait que les élans y sont et s'y sentent bien. Je dirais que pour chasser cette antilope, il faut avant tout, il faut l'aimer, il faut la respecter. Parce que c'est un animal tellement noble et tellement mythique qu'on ne peut pas faire chasser cette antilope à n'importe qui et dans n'importe quelle condition. C'est un animal qu'il faut respecter. C'est un animal qu'il faut chasser avec toute l'éthique de la chasse et faire un plan de tir en fonction des populations qu'on peut avoir dans son territoire. Donc le principal travail du guide, c'est avant tout de recenser ces populations et de faire tirer que les vieux spécimens, à savoir qu'un éland derby a une longévité de 25 ans. Quand on arrive à approcher des trophées de 95, 1 mètre, 1 mètre 10, on peut être pratiquement certain que c'est une antilope qui tourne autour des 18, 20, 25 ans. La chasse que nous pratiquons se pratique à pied. Nous partons avec les pisteurs et nous marchons dans les coulées d'animaux. Dès qu'on a trouvé un pied, frais ou plus ou moins frais, les pisteurs se mettent au pistage. Quand le pistage devient dur, le pisteur coupe la baguette et, trace dans trace, pose sa baguette pour suivre le cheminement de l'animal ou du troupeau. Et dès que nous avons remonté l'animal, nous essayons de faire une approche qui, souvent, est en dessous des 100 mètres. Nous ne pratiquons pas des tirs de distance à 200 ou 300 mètres. L'essentiel de notre chasse, c'est l'approche. Ça nous permet d'évaluer l'animal, le sexe et le trophée. Et à partir de là, c'est un vieil animal qui est abattu. En règle générale, c'est un beau trophée. Les pisteurs sont contents. Le guide est content, le chasseur a réellement fait un vrai safari dans toute l'éthique de la chasse. C'est la difficulté de la chasse qui fait la valeur du trophée.
Four days of tracking and still no luck. It's difficult not to feel discouraged. We begin to understand why this eland is called the phantom antelope.
change de secteur.
Let's go elsewhere. These tracks are too long.
Les traces sont trop vieilles, trop vieilles.
We left at 6:30 this morning and tried to backtrack some, but we just walked around in circles. We went by, the place where there's this dead Sino monkey's head. The one we saw first day.
You found the Sino again?
Yeah, but it had been moved 15 feet. So then we headed dead east to a much greener area, and we started to find a lot of crushed and broken branches, which was a good sign. But not one fresh dung dropping, although the stones look good.
Les pieds avaient l'air bien.
This looks pretty fresh. The leaves aren't even dry yet.
Et à ce moment-là, on a tourné en rond.
Then we started turning around in circles again. We left at 10 o'clock.
Vers 10 heures, on a commencé à arriver. Non, vers 11 heures, même plus tard, on est arrivé à la piste.
We finally found the track.
Sans une crotte fraîche, rien.
Without droppings?
No, nothing. Zilch.
Well, what about the tracks dating yesterday, during the night, or this morning?
No, from the day before yesterday.
It
was amazing. You had the impression that they were everywhere and nowhere. The only thing that gave me hope was that there were a lot of broken branches, and they were pretty fresh.
Oui, mais parfois, tu sais, tu peux avoir un peu de sel qui continue.
Still some sap that's running.
Tu te dis c'est frais.
You think it's fresh,
but ça peut ne pas l'être.
It might not be. This Gabonese viper does not usually attack, but it's an extremely dangerous and venomous snake.
Les élans adorent manger ces deux arbres. Ça, c'est le gardénia. Elles sont très bonnes. Et ça, c'est l'isoberlinia.
That's the isoberlinias. So we continued to follow the tracks, but it was a large herd, and we were forced to stop to determine which direction they were going. We tried to stay in the middle. We waited, we figured out that we were right in the middle of the herd.
Nous, on est au milieu, là, on essaie de voir, on voit des traces partout.
We tried to get a good look. There were tracks everywhere, and we were ready to follow them blindly for another 10 yards. But the guides patiently took out their sticks and figured out which was the best direction to head.
And then finally, an hour later, we found the elands.
You can see their rumps way in the back. They've gone behind. They're way in the back. You see them? Lined up the trees. There are 3 big trees and 3 smaller ones. And there's another one that looks like a pitchfork. That's where the elands are. So we finally caught up to them and made our approach. It lasted a while because the Derby elands were looking straight at us. We saw that there was a big male. In fact, there were 3 males, 2 that were younger than the third.
Il était bien 150
They were 150 yards away from us.
pendant
I asked Yannick which of the three I should shoot. He said the grey one. He was easy to spot because his horns were more developed. At that moment,
Et à ce
3/4
moment-là,
of his body was in sight, so I fired.
puis j'ai tiré.
Arwa, il ferme l'œil de l'élan.
Arwa
C'est parce
closes
que
the eland's eye so
il veut
that
pas
the
que les élans
eland
le
will not
reconnaissent.
recognize him.
Voilà. Tu vois le fanon là, l'énorme fanon.
Big dewlap.
L'élan de
The
Lord
giant
Derby.
derby eland is the biggest antelope in the
Le plus grand
world.
trajet là, fait la plus grande,
Well,
la
anyway,
plus
it's the
longue, la plus
heaviest.
lourde en tout cas.
Alors il en a
15.
13 d'un côté, il en a 15 de
Here are
l'autre.
13, and on the other side there are 15.
Ouais. Attends, il fait d'abord cette antilope dans le
In the Mayo
département du
region,
Mayoret
there is a
fait
legend
l'objet
concerning
d'une
the
légende.
derby antelope.
Chez l'ethnie des Dourous,
The antelope is a sort of genie for the older
cette
guys
antilope,
who were born in the mountain village.
pour les
Mbao.
anciens qui ont été circoncis à l'ancien village de Mbao, dans les montagnes, cette antilope est leur
If a
génie.
phantom antelope
Si on
is
tue une
killed,
antilope
blood
fantôme,
touches the guides
et
before
qu'au
they
moment du
skin it,
dépeçage, le sang vient à
they
leur couler
believe that
dessus,
they will catch
ils
leprosy.
attrapent la lèpre. Et c'est pour ça que quand nos
That's
pisteurs
why, when a derby
approchent
eland has just been
cet
killed,
élan de derby qui a
the
été
guides
tué,
will wait some time.
ils mettent un
before
certain
getting
temps
near
avant de
the dead
l'approcher
animal.
pour être sûr justement qu'il n'y ait pas ce vomissement
By
de sang
waiting,
sur eux.
They make
Et
sure
ils
that
prennent
the eland
de la
will
terre
not throw up blood on them.
avec une écorce et ils
The
frottent
guides
les yeux de
then
cet élan
take some earth on a
pour pas
piece of
qu'ils les
bark
reconnaissent
and rub the eyes
dans
of the
le,
derby. This
dans le
assures
futur.
them that in the future the eland will not recognize them.
Proud of their successful hunt, as local custom requires, the guides decorate the truck with branches. This way, in the village, they will know that there will be yamusa meat to eat, the Cameroonian name for the derby eland. Yannick greets the Mbao village chief and gives him the yamusa meat. This aromatic meat is much appreciated by the villagers. This event is celebrated all night long by a great feast. By respecting hunting traditions and the environment, the wildlife balance is maintained in the MAYO OLDIRI territory, allowing sport hunters to hunt truly outstanding and unique animals.
Voilà, ça c'est un coq qui est relativement jeune.
This male grouse, known as the blackcock, is quite young.
Normalement, il est beaucoup plus marqué.
You can see the lyre-shaped tail is still small. Normally it's much more pronounced. He's young, he still has these light gray feathers.
Voilà, c'est bien.
Good job, Ness.
Claudia. Первый раз здесь.
Allez.
Yeah, I know you don't like this. It's okay, I know you hate flying. In you go.
Moscow, city of the Tsars, symbol of a glorious past laden with history, tradition and mysteries. First stop before Ust-Kamenogorsk, east of Kazakhstan, the largest republic of Russia's former Soviet Empire. We head towards the Sayan Lake, located at the foothills of the Altai mountain range in the heart of Central Asia. By crossing the Sayan Lake, we will avoid a 200-mile detour. This lake has become one of the most important in the country, for it has doubled its surface thanks to the dam built on the Irtych River. During the great droughts, it is used as a reservoir. This lake is known for its abundance of large pike, which weigh over 25 pounds. The Kazakh usually fish for them during the winter by cutting a hole in the thick ice. During this time of year, you can see people crossing the lake by horse or even by truck. It's from this lake that Nikolai Przewalski, the great explorer, undertook his last voyage to Tibet in 1879. After many hundreds of miles, the hunters and the local guides reach the hunting zone where they set up camp. Nestled within these valleys, these vast open spaces strangely resemble the moors of Scotland. The campground is made up of 4 yurts. These traditional tents were introduced to the region in 1218 by Genghis Khan, the notorious Mongolian invader, and are still used by Central Asian animal breeders. Originally, the Kazakh were nomads and lived in hordes. According to history, this land witnessed the arrival of many foreign deportees, victims of the Russian Tsarist regime, Germans chased by Stalin from the Volga region, Meshkets, Turks, Tatars from Crimea and Karachay. This explains Kazakhstan's ethnic diversity. Three hours are required to put up each yurt. The upright posts of each tent, made of silver birch, are assembled and then covered with a lightweight felt. 3 camp beds and a wood burning stove are then placed in each tent.
Voilà. Tu vois, le camp est là.
Look, here's the camp.
Ce matin, on a été chasser.
Here are the valleys where we hunted this morning. And right here is where we saw all those black grouse. This afternoon we'll go over to the west side. We'll leave from here, we'll cut behind the camp and climb up this small valley.
We're going to cross the river.
Yeah, normally there are lots of Blackhawks in the area.
The black grouse, also called silver birch grouse, can be found anywhere from the Alps to Ussuri. But while the black grouse population has tremendously diminished in the Alps, it has increased in Kazakhstan. Alder, birch, and small shrubs give him buds, grains, and berries, which he's very fond of eating. There are two ways to hunt the black grouse. One is by imitating the blackcock's mating call, which he employs when competing and performing on special display grounds called the lek, and the other by using a pointing and retrieving dog. Because of the season, the hunters use the second method, highly appreciated when hunting in open space territories like this one.
This grouse was born this year.
You see another one?
No.
Eyes down!
Fetch, Ash, fetch.
Apporte-le. Coupe désirée. Apporte-la, mon chien.
Go on, fetch. That's a good dog. Good dog.
Oh, c'est bien. Oh, c'est bien. C'est du beau travail, ça. Oh, c'est bien. Et il est content, Dominique, t'as vu?
See how happy he is, Dominique?
It's a male, isn't it? He's young. His feathers are still molting.
Yeah, you're right. He was born this year.
Oh, beautiful feathers. He's just magnificent.
Good dog.
Wild game hunting with the help of a pointing dog is one of the most aesthetic ways of hunting. A dog makes an average of about 15 to 20 stops per day and brings back about a dozen black grouse, compared to the Alps, where you're happy if you bag 3 a year. Daily life in the camp marches to the rhythm of the hunt. Being far away from civilization, everyone tries to make life at camp as comfortable and as enjoyable as possible. The great differences in temperature are the main characteristic of the climate in these distant regions. In September, the days are quite warm. Temperatures range from about 68 to 85 Fahrenheit, but at night it gets very cold. The thermometer drops to about 20 degrees Fahrenheit. The stoves are lit in late afternoon, so that the tents will have time to heat up before the hunters arrive.
My name is Eric Deschalons, and this is my faithful hunting companion, Hash, a 4-year-old English setter.
J'ai vraiment le sentiment de réaliser ce qui peut être le rêve de tout chasseur au chien d'arrêt. Dans ces grands espaces du Kazakhstan, toutes les conditions sont réunies pour émerveiller le chasseur amoureux de la nature. Les paysages sont grandioses et nos amis kazakhs sont vraiment des compagnons de chasse merveilleux. Se retrouver avec son chien au fin fond de l'Asie centrale pour chasser un oiseau aussi prestigieux que peut-être ravir, c'est quand même quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Ce que j'aime avant tout dans la chasse au chien d'arrêt, c'est le spectacle du travail de mon chien. J'aime ce partage, cette complicité dans l'action de
We
chasse.
share the work. We're a team.
On chasse vraiment l'un pour
We
l'autre,
hunt
et
for
ça c'est
one another,
formidable.
and that's wonderful.
Ici, on a la chance
Here
de
we're
chasser sur
lucky
des
because the
territoires
hunting
immenses,
territory is
mais
extremely
aussi de
vast,
chasser des oiseaux
and we
particulièrement
only hunt
sauvages.
wildfowl.
Le tétralyre est un oiseau
The
qui se
black
défend
grouse
particulièrement
knows how
bien
to
devant le
defend
chien.
itself from a dog very well.
Il piète beaucoup.
It slips in and
Il se
out of
faufile
the
avec beaucoup de
surrounding
facilité dans la
vegetation
végétation.
with great ease.
J'ai aussi été
I was
impressionné par la
also
puissance de
impressed
leur
on how
vol.
well it can fly.
J'ai vu des oiseaux qui étaient
I saw
capables de
some
voler
birds that
plusieurs
were capable
kilomètres
of
pour passer
flying
d'une vallée
for
à
a
l'autre.
couple of miles to another valley.
Молодежь,
Non, маленький.
молодежь. Jeune coq de l'année.
Même si dans cette région, la
Even though
densité
the
de pédigrés
blackcock
est unique au monde,
population is dense in this
tout oiseau
region,
ramassé
every bird you
est vraiment
succeed in
mérité.
bagging is well earned.
Outspan. Non.
Bon, on va essayer de faire tirer un coq à Marcel.
Okay, let's give Marcel another chance to bag one. My name is Kabdulda, and I'm a hunter and forester for the Lake Zesan territory. I'm married and I have 2 children. I live in a village about 7 miles away from this camp. Before becoming a forester, I was a driver for the different agricultural machines that are found on collective farms called kolkhoz. Now I'm doing what I like best, taking care of nature. In this reserve there are bears, marals, wolves, lynx, foxes, moose, and black grouse. The black grouse hunting season goes from about the end of August to about mid-October, and I work as a guide for the hunters.
For every dozen eggs laid, only 5 to 6 young chicks will hatch. Grass, snakes, falcons, eagles, badgers, and foxes are their main predators. As the camp is isolated from everything, it needs to be well run so that there are no shortages of any kind. While the other local guides tend to the camp, Kabdulda cleans his old rifle, a Russian-made 16 caliber with a central barrel.
Ну, поднял, поставил, как вот видишь, так, все почистил, как вот было.
Male and female black grouse can be differentiated by their plumage and weight. The blackcocks are black, weigh about 3 pounds, and have a lyre-shaped tail. The females, also called grey hens, are reddish-brown and slightly smaller. They mate in spring. The older males win their lekking space by performing remarkable communal dances for the females, causing numerous fights. About 40 birds attend these courtship gatherings. In June, the females lay about a dozen eggs and incubate them for 30 days. Once they hatch, she raises her chicks until early autumn. The males live separately from the females and their young. In the camp, most of the hunted birds are eaten right away. Hunters and guides get together in the evening around the stove and enjoy eating the grilled meat. The meat is very tasty. The rest is smoked and will be eaten during the long, cold winter months.
Рано? Рано надо. А? 8 завтра. А? 7, полвосемь, 7 надо. Окей. Тетя, сколько? А, сейчас пить. Понял.
Je m'appelle Dominique.
My name is Dominic,
que je vais à la chasse,
and I've been hunting for 10 years. I've really developed a passion for this kind of sport. I try to go on 1 or 2 hunting trips a year. Each time I choose a different country and continent, Europe, Asia, Argentina, or like this year, Kazakhstan, located in the heart of the steppes near the Chinese and Mongolian borders. This way I discover new territories, new wild game, and meet new people. I really find the locals fantastic. You develop interesting relationships when you travel off the beaten path. This year, what I really enjoyed was to hunt real wild game. And while I was hunting and exploring this area, I didn't meet another living soul. A real luxury nowadays, especially when you come from France and you're used to overpopulated cities.
C'est chaud, hein. Ah, tu vois, Dominique?
Oui. Look, Dominique, these pheasants don't have any feathers on their feet.
Oh yeah, it's like chickens. Feathers stop here.
You see how far the feathers go down right to the end of the ankles? That's their way of protecting themselves from the cold and snow. You know, during the winter there's about 4 feet of snow here. The toes develop kind of snowshoes that help them walk on the snow and the ice.
I'd say these birds are well adapted to their natural habitat.
Absolutely.
Yeah. These are suction pads that also help them to broaden the surface they're walking on, making it easier for them to walk on snow.
Exactly.
Now that's an attractive bird.
You're right, he's really magnificent. Go on, bring it here.
Apporte another.
Go on, fetch another one.
Up. 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 C'est bien. C'est bien. C'est bien. C'est bien, mon cœur. Oh,
After 5 days of hunting, the adventure comes to a close, and Kabdulda is happy to go home to his family. A true hunter and pointing dog's paradise. Let us hope that this nature reserve remains intact for a long time to come.
Built on an empty, flat and humid pampas near the banks of the river Rio de la Plata, Buenos Aires has remained eccentric and nostalgic. The capital of Argentina, this cosmopolitan city built in the image of its immigrants, still displays today its European heritage and has become the most important city on the South American continent. Open to the world, this city symbolizes the genius of a disconcerting nation which nevertheless possesses a unique soul. The second largest country in Latin America and 8th largest in the world, Argentina has the greatest remaining area of virgin land and the most varied topography on the planet. Our destination, Patagonia, 1,800 miles south. This almost desert region, constantly swept by the wind, stretches out from Rio Colorado to the Straits of Magellan. It is in the heart of Patagonia, in these semi-arid steppes, that the wild goose hunter finds his paradise. It's May. In the northern hemisphere, it's springtime, but in this part of the world, the landscape is still wearing its autumn cloak, the seasons being reversed.
My name is Patricio. I'm the hunting guide in Patagonia and owner of this estancia called Choquenilawe, situated in the Chubut province. We own this 5,000-acre valley in which we hunt geese. We also breed cattle, goats, horses, and sheep. Our major product is wool. For 60 years, it was our main source of income. We only raise horses because they're absolutely essential for our work with cattle. It's only much later that we introduce cattle. We sell the meat. In fact, we eat essentially meat in this region. It's an important source of income. Each year we sell about 100 18-month-old calves.
Una buena renta. En este momento estamos vendiendo más o menos unos 100 novillos de año y medio en la zona.
The first hunting expedition. Jan, a hunter and lover of the great outdoors, has traveled thousands of miles to enjoy one of his favorite sports.
¿Cómo se llama el caballero?
El chicharra. La otra parte de nuestro trabajo es la.
Another part of our job is geese hunting. We use a very different method than the one used in North America or in Europe. We find and flush geese out with the help of horses. I think this is the only area of Patagonia where geese are hunted in this fashion. We invented this method ourselves.
C'est la première fois que je viens en Argentine.
This is my first time hunting in Argentina. They hunt in the traditional manner, with horses. We leave the estancia with Patricio and a couple of gauchos. We climb the hill to see where the geese are. We then plan out our day according to where there are the most geese. Hunting waterfowl by horse isn't done in Europe. It only exists in a very few parts of the world.
Luis
and Delphine, go over there and flush out that flock of geese.
In this region, there are three major species of geese: the Magellan bernacle, the gray-headed bernacle, and the difficult-to-find red-headed bernacle. Magellan geese are the most common and the most abundant in this region. They only live and nest in this part of the world and live in large groups consisting of about 1,000 geese. The gander, the male, has a white coat flecked with gray spots, unlike the female whose plumage is reddish-brown. Gray-headed bernacles live further south but often mingle with the Magellan geese, although their population is less numerous. Red-headed bernacles are scarce. They live high up in the Andes at an altitude of 10,000 feet and migrate to the plains only if winters are too harsh.
Stay over there in the plains, go and hide. The horses will flush the geese out, but put your hat on, or the geese may spot you.
Les formes sont essentielles parce
The
qu'elles
decoys
permettent
are
d'attirer
important
les oies
because
qui sont
they
en fait
attract the
esselées
geese
par
that are
rapport aux
alone
grosses bandes.
and not with the flock. A flock of geese have landed over there. Go and flush them out.
Vamos a ir hasta allá y le traemos al cazador. Salgan por ahí.
dirais c'est trop loin. Un peu au fond.
J'ai la chance de pouvoir chasser seul dans de grands espaces, d'avoir 4 ou 5 gauchos qui travaillent pour moi en fait et qui font un super boulot en rabattant les oies, c'est quelque chose de fabuleux. L'espace est gigantesque, on voit les oies arriver de partout. Il n'y a pas non plus, comme dans certaines chasses, un axe exact de tir. C'est-à-dire que là, les oies arrivent de partout. Là, sont les tirs droite, gauche, très haut, très bas, et ça s'intéresse.
Left, then right, up high, then low, and this is what makes it interesting.
We rarely shoot from under 40 yards. I think it's a reasonable distance considering such a hefty bird. I try to shoot it full front and avoid hitting it from behind so that I hit the head. Makes for a cleaner kill. Soit de face pour pouvoir tirer la tête et pour pouvoir faire ça le plus proprement possible.
I've been hunting wildfowl for a long time. It's easy once you get the hang of it. But what's difficult is to be synchronized with the gauchos. Once the gauchos have spotted a flock of geese, you have to interpret the way the geese will move, which is mostly based on the wind's direction. This is the technical side of the hunt, but it's easy to learn.
Mais bon, on s'y fait très vite.
The vastness of this remote region offers many different hunting possibilities. Patricio, Jan, and the other gauchos set up a fly camp in the valley 25 miles away on the banks of the Rio Ségur. The landscape is covered with small scattered groves filled with hares, foxes, vizcacha, a type of mink, and tinamu, an equivalent of the European partridge. On the riverbank, we can also see some ducks and snipes. The goose's predators, the fox and the vizcacha, have no predators themselves and cause a great deal of damage. These hunts help to limit the population. Jan varies his pleasures and sometimes goes hunting with a dog.
Did you see that fox?
Yeah, he went that way.
Come on, let's go get him. Look, it's a hare. Is he still alive?
No, he's dead. He was shot in the paw and in the head. Should I tie him to the tree?
No, tie him here, and the gauchos will pick him up.
Back at camp, everyone is preparing the asado, a typical Argentine barbecue made up of beef and mutton. The secret of a good asado lies in the way the meat is cut and cooked. It needs to be cooked very slowly until the center of it is well done. The quality of the meat and the way it's cooked makes the meat very tender and tasty. Just like the numerous rivers that cut through the countryside, the Rio Ségur is filled with trout. Jan takes a break before dinner and does a little fly fishing. Time to taste the asado and spend some time around the fire. The Argentinians are the biggest consumers of meat in the world. A good meal always includes some kind of meat dish. People around here say it's the only thing left when nothing else remains. Even the poor can afford it. Before returning to hunt with the gauchos, Jan uses the morning to make some approaches. It's a very difficult kind of hunting physically.
Ce que j'apprécie beaucoup ici
What I
aussi,
appreciate
c'est
most
de chasser un
is
petit
the
peu le
way
bois comme
we
on chasse un peu le grand gibier, c'est-à-dire à l'approche.
It very much
C'est-à-dire que là, on
resembles
peut
big game
jumeler,
hunting.
repérer les bandes qui sont en fait le plus
Same
près
sort of
des
approach.
rivières.
For example, to
De là, on
close in
essaie
on
de
a
approcher
flock
un
of geese
maximum
that
à
are
travers la
resting on the
prairie.
bank
C'est
of a
très
small
difficile.
stream,
Par contre,
we
c'est
move
sympa parce que
up
bon, c'est une
slowly
chasse de
through the
mouvement.
fields.
C'est quelque chose qui est plus
It's
sportif
hard and more
qu'une chasse au
physical,
poste,
but much
mais
more
par contre,
rewarding,
qui a
I find, than staying in one place. But of course, your chances of bagging many birds is much lower.
The waterfowl hunting season opens in autumn and closes at the beginning of winter. If the area has an abundance of geese, the hunters can bag up to 15 a day.
When you want to shoot two geese at the same time, you first shoot the goose that is behind, and then you go back to the first.
Each estancia has a house reserved for the gauchos. As mythical historical figures, these Latin American cowboys go from one farm to another for a few days' wages. They live a harsh life and rarely return to their families, who stay behind in the villages. But the gauchos, an Indian word meaning orphan, were not always admired. Originally, they were criminals on the run, or runaway slaves, or deserting militiamen who went to live with the Indians to avoid colonization. At the end of the 18th century, when these vast territories were divided amongst the nobles, many gave up their freedom and became day workers on the different farms they had once traveled freely upon. "7 a.m. The sunlight slowly outlines the mountains. The first geese to wake up fly to the plains for some food. This is a very common practice among waterfowl. Geese are very suspicious animals. They always send a scout out before the rest of the flock moves. They know the territory inside out, and at the slightest unusual sign, they are quickly out of reach. Contrary to appearances, this impressive bird, weighing between 6 and 8 pounds, flies very fast as a duck. The gauchos are not needed until midday, when the flock of geese are resting in the plains. By flushing the geese out, the gauchos permit the hunters to continue hunting. And so it's break time around the corral. The gauchos use their free time in the morning to brand and break in the foal that live in semi-enclosed estancias. The gauchos love doing this kind of work and consider it a moment of freedom.
In this sort of hunting, you need to know how to camouflage yourself, recognize your game, know your distance, and also know how and where to place the white paper decoys. It's not a difficult way to hunt, but it requires a little know-how. Bullseye.
Ce qui est important, c'est de savoir qu'on chasse surtout un gibier sauvage dans un milieu sauvage, dans des grands espaces,
wild and vast territory, in the most noble way possible. That's the fantastic part. The result itself is not all that important.
Et puis voilà, je crois que c'est tout, mais le résultat en lui-même n'est pas important.
What is not eaten right away is distributed to a school in Facundo, a small village 30 miles south of the estancia where the gauchos' families live. Using a cup and a sort of straw, the gauchos drink yerba mate, a national Argentinian drink. It's a sort of green tea that helps the digestion. This herbal tea is drunk throughout the day. Jan takes one last look before leaving Patagonia and its constantly changing landscape. It is a region that permitted him to hunt many different kinds of animals and to practice different hunting methods, but most of all, it gave him the chance to live in harmony with nature. Already feeling nostalgic, Jan recalls these last few days he spent lost in this vast land of wind, gauchos, and wild geese.
In the heart of Central Asia, northeast of Kazakhstan, lies the large city of Ust-Kamenogorsk. This region, like the rest of the country, is inhabited by numerous ethnic groups who have immigrated here through the course of history. Originally, the population consisted of shepherds and nomads, but as early as the 13th century they witnessed the arrival of Genghis Khan and the Mongols, the Germans from Volga who were later deported by the Tsarist regime, and finally Stalin's political refugees. But we still have a long way to go before we reach the hunting zone, located near Maymur village in the foothills of the Altai Mountains, 40 miles from the Mongolian border.
We can stop at Maymur and then even Khan. There must be IBEXs in that area. We can also go up a bit on top of the ridges to see if we can find one. Afterwards, we'll go to Archeti, right near the Chinese border. The peaks are high and we're sure to find some IBEXs up there.
Là, ça fait 3004.
Là, le point culminant est à 3004.
J'ai vu un pointeur à 4005 là, 4005.
Je trouve que les tiennes en 8 bougent plus que celles-là en 10.
Eric, a regular visitor to this part of the world, is accompanying a friend to track the Altai ibex, a large wild mountain goat. The hunters settle in their tents, while the guides try to make life at camp as comfortable and as enjoyable as possible. In these valleys, one can find a great many birch trees which make excellent wood for heating. Modern conveniences are reduced to a strict minimum. In this Spartan bathroom, the water will be frozen by morning. The hunters take advantage of the afternoon sun to wash up. Patrick, fascinated by mountains and wild game, is hunting ibex for the first time and believes it's well worth the sacrifice.
Oh, till that moment when someone scares.
The frames of these traditional Kazakh shepherds' tents, called yurts, are made of birch. The tents are then covered with a lightweight felt made of compressed wool that keeps the cold out.
My name is Kochkon. I'm 57 years old. I'm married and have 5 children. I'm the gamekeeper here, and I've been doing this job for 10 years. Part of my job is to be a guide. Today it's a French group that has come here to hunt IBEX. My future brother-in-law will be accompanying me. It's his first time. I'm showing him the ropes on becoming a guide. As for my old friend Maral, he's been coming with me for years. I own about 20 horses that the hunters can use. In fact, before taking this job, I bred horses for 15 years. And believe me, with my horses, I traveled up and down these mountains. I got closer to nature and wildlife. I really learned to appreciate these animals and ended up learning everything about them. Then one day, a member of the local government asked me if I wanted to become the gamekeeper for this region, and I accepted. I gave up my job, and here I am. In this hunting reserve, there are lots of different types of animals like marals, bears, deer, wolves, ibexes, and many marmots.
This morning, the valley has disappeared into the fog. We cannot reach the mountain peaks where the ibex hides out. Kochkun and Patrick decide to track deer instead, from a blind located in the foothills of the Altai Mountains at an altitude of about 5,000 feet. Michka, Kochkun's faithful companion, never leaves his side. He can no longer use his paw ever since he was caught in a trap. In winter, hungry wolves and bears prowl around the villages down in the valley. To protect themselves, the villagers set traps more often fatal to domestic animals than to wildlife. There's a very large deer population in this region, but it will take a good hour's walk before reaching the blind where numerous Siberian deer usually pass by. Time for a much-needed snack before heading off. Argo and Maral will take care of the horses, while Kochkun and Patrick hunt.
Маленький? Контакты большой.
The hunters discover the breathtaking natural environment surrounding them, including many black grouse. Lying in ambush on top of a ridge, the men patiently wait for the deer, who are particularly fond of this kind of terrain of open woods and low slopes. No luck today, but the men know that hunting can be a very frustrating sport. Drenched and exhausted, they return to camp with the hope that tomorrow they'll be able to track ibex.
Bon, j'ai compris, c'est pas les chaussures qui sont imperméables. En fait, c'est le pantalon qui se gorge de flotte et ça descend dans les bottes. C'est levé, hein. Normalement, demain, c'est bon, on peut partir à l'IBEX. Là. Ouais. Demain, il va faire ce coup de vie. On va avoir froid.
In the kitchen, Olga and Anastasia do everything they can to comfort the troops. Tonight's menu, mutton stew.
Non, ça c'est kousnichniak. Non, agorechik.
Kochkun starts planning for tomorrow.
It will depend on the weather. If it's bad, we'll track deer, and otherwise we'll start hunting ibex.
Is bad for roe deer. Is if good for ibex.
Yeah.
Bon, 7h30, j'ai compris. On dort pas là-haut. Ça, c'est pas une mauvaise nouvelle. Je veux dire, si déjà ici il fait moins de 10, alors là-haut.
All night long, the men take turns keeping the wood stove lit. Birchwood burns slowly and is ideal for keeping the yurt nice and warm while they sleep for a few hours.
The territory I cover stretches out over 154 square miles. A lot of IBEXs live here. We counted about 50 males. We're assigned 3 licenses per year. The hunting season opens September 1st and closes December 31st. We only hunt older males because they make the best trophies. For each bagged animal, the hunters must pay $2,000. A small part of this money represents my salary, but the rest is used to protect and maintain the wildlife and the grounds. During the mating season, the old males isolate themselves from the rest of the group, making it easier to spot them. The IBEX is a very intelligent animal. His sight and hearing are especially well developed. He lives very high up in the mountains where the terrain is extremely rocky and steep, almost inaccessible to man.
И около 10 лет на этой охоте занимаюсь.
Ah, tu te montres pas trop loin.
The IBEX are there, about 1 mile away. We start our approach. The snow makes it very dangerous. The steep slopes are slippery and the rocks unsteady.
To track this sort of wild game, it's important to reach the peaks at around 8 in the morning. The wind needs to be favorable if you don't want to be spotted or scare the flock away. In our approach, we try to use the terrain, the valley, the boulders, and the forest. We never make a direct approach. If things go well, we'll shoot from a distance of about 100 to 200 yards. Any further than that, we risk only wounding the animal, and the risk is too great. The final phase of our approach is to bag the IBEX, but actually, That's the least important part.
Lui-même, c'est peut-être le moins important.
Super.
Le guide et les chasseurs, on se comprend.
The hunter and the guide always understand one
En
another.
deux regards et
We don't speak the same language, but eye contact is
c'est
enough.
bon compris. Tu vas plus sortir toi là? Bon, et ben voilà, j'entends.
Stare. Il est vieux, hein?
He's old, isn't he?
Allez, 90.
80.
Oh.
91.
C'est quoi?
Bah, il est hollandois, c'est-à-dire qu'il est. Tu peux le mettre dans le livre.
D'accord.
Là, c'est un bel IBEX. Pour ici,
He's a nice IBEX for
pour
around
ici, c'est un
here.
très bel IBEX.
D'accord.
Il est vieux, et t'as vu, il est.
Ah ouais.
He's old and he's strong looking. He's about 14 years old.
À peu près. Koshkun. Лошадь. Да?
Не знаю, лошадь может.
Koshkun explains to Patrick that they have to take the ibex down into the valley, since this place is inaccessible to the horses. This particularly large ibex species can only be found in the Altai Mongolian mountain range. This wild goat, also called the Siberian ibex, is a stocky animal, absolutely superb, with long horns shaped like sword scimitars, and can weigh over 200 pounds.
А, нормально? Нормально. Смотри, молодец! Аргос. Ну давай! Марат. Аргот. Молодец! Хорошо. Хорошо.
Tek шашлык.
Хорошо. Хорошо. О.
Patrick gives Koshkun the hide. To snow burn the flesh off, Koshkun lays it out flat on the snow.
What's most important is to take advantage of the surrounding environment. The birds, the wildlife, to take in all of these different sights and smells.
Lorsqu'on est en contact direct de la nature avec les kazakhs, si on a eu la chance de pouvoir tirer un ibex.
Believe me, it's not always easy, and we're lucky if we're able to bag an ibex. It's quite an adventure hunting on horseback and on these trails that sometimes don't even resemble trails anymore. It's hard to imagine how these horses reach such difficult and steep places.
Des chevaux puissent accéder dans des endroits aussi escarpés.
But it's a great experience and well worth it.
Ça vaut la peine d'être vécu.
Maral is very proud to return to camp with the trophy. Tonight they will eat ibex, and according to their tradition, it will bring them strength and long life. After the skull is boiled for several hours, they finish cleaning it in the stream. Andrei, in charge of the camp, takes care of this rather delicate task. The trophy is then carefully wrapped before undertaking its long journey home.
Le gros nettoyage aura lieu à la rentrée.
Our rifles need a really good cleaning because we've had 5 days of rain. And 5 days of rain are not the best thing for a weapon. But a little more oil and it'll be just fine. It's a 7.65R.
Mais efficace.
Very effective. It's nice to bring your own weapons with you, but if you haven't got the proper authorization, you can't bring them in.
Si on n'a pas d'autorisation préalable, là ça poserait des problèmes. On ne peut pas les rentrer. Comme dans tous les pays.
It's the same in all countries.
Non, sinon.
At the border,
la frontière, parce
they ask for all of the specifications of your weapons, serial number, barrel size, all that stuff. They gave me this SKS to protect the reserve from poachers and not to shoot the animals. Every day I do this job to continue what I like doing best, that is, to be free to ride my horse over this immense mountain range.
After a 10-day absence, Koshgun is happy to return to his village and see his family. Even though he's only a baby, his grandson already knows how to ride. Koshgun hopes that one day his grandson will continue to pass on the Kazakh tradition and way of life. There is a surprise waiting for him as well. His best hunting dog has just had a new litter of puppies.
Здесь без голоса, да?
The hide, now salted and rolled, is stored in the barn along with Koshgun's other treasures. During the long winter months, when the countryside is under several feet of snow, he'll tan the hide and make a beautiful saddle blanket out of it.
Прямо на задний стал, капкан.
Night has fallen. Koshgun tells Argo the story of the time when he shot his biggest IBEX. Filled with emotion, he remembers how the large curved horns measured 5 feet. During this time, his grandson, not in the least bit afraid, is playing with the skull of a bear his grandfather shot last winter. But that is another story. Not far from the Mediterranean coast lies the Taurus mountain range, a place where few men are found. This unwelcoming desert symbolizes the life of these Turkish nomad Muslim shepherds. In the heart of this natural fortress, which stretches to the Syrian border, lies a small village, Süleymaniye, with its typical fragrances of the Orient. The inhabitants of this village call the mountain the one you never come back from, for they have paid heavy tribute with their lives in the past. At the beginning of the century, when hunting was absolutely necessary for survival, 15 men had ventured up the mountain on a winter day. Caught by the fog and the snow, they were unable to find their way back to the village. When night fell, they built a fire and took cover underneath a tree until morning. Unfortunately, they had built their bivouac on a snow bridge that melted little by little during the night until it completely caved in, dragging the men down into a crevasse. They were never seen again. Mustafa Göksoy knows of the dangers that exist in the mountain range better than anyone else. He has always hunted here. This is his territory.
I've hunted in this area for a long time, and when the authorities decided to turn this region into a national park, they asked me to become the gamekeeper and guide. Tomorrow I'm taking a group of hunters up. We'll stay in the mountains for a couple of days. Recently I spotted up there some old BEZOAR IBEXs, wild mountain goats, who are at least 13 years old. I think they'll make beautiful trophies. Each trophy measured, I'd say, about 48 inches. But I know this animal well. He's so suspicious. He'll run away at the slightest unusual sound. But if Allah is with us, we'll find him.
It is mostly mountaineers who live in this part of Turkey, and it is also the home of Mehmet the Thin, a sort of Robin Hood invented by famous novelist Yasser Kemal. The story is about the adventures of a young boy and his gang of thieves who live hidden in the Taurus mountains. Renaud and Louis are happy to be part of this adventure and are looking forward to discovering this part of Turkey.
What I find interesting is to be able to spot the animal during the day. This way we can take our time in our approach, because sometimes the animal can stay in the same spot for up to 4 hours. So we'll take our time and draw a large circle around him in our approach and wait until he moves, and this way we can choose. The problem is that around a herd of males there are usually females, and it means there are more eyes watching you, but most important is that the female gives the warning signal. It's a sort of a whistle.
As in most villages of this region, the inhabitants of Süleymaniye live off the land. After harvest, they rest during the winter months. When you see how fertile these plains are, it is difficult to imagine the aridness of the surrounding mountains. The hunters leave the Green Valley to climb up to the rocky peaks of Mount Taurus, whose summit is 8,200 feet. Mustafa, an experienced mountaineer, will help them track down the BEZOAR IBEX. This wild mountain goat is the ancestor of our domestic goat. It is believed that he was domesticated in this part of Asia Minor about 900 years ago.
Dağlar çok var. Dağlar durmadı. Hep kıyıyatta da var. Gel şimdi şuraya gel, şu yakaya gel. Burada da var bak.
It's a 4-hour hike to the hunting zone. The hunters will stay in a small refuge at about 6,500 feet. During autumn, the BEZOARs live at this altitude. The hike up the mountain is trying and sometimes very dangerous. The mountain is made of granite, which is very brittle, making the ascent extremely difficult.
The animal that we've come to track here is the BEZOAR IBEX. It's a wild goat, probably the ancestor of the domestic goat. In its stomach, one can sometimes find stones, sort of like kidney stones, which are used a lot in Asian pharmacopoeia. The reason we come here is because we're sure to find one. This mountain range is part of Mount Taurus, but you can find BEZOAR IBEXs throughout Turkey, in the south of Pakistan, and also in Iran. And so this wild goat is quite widespread, but very difficult to hunt because of the rocky mountain terrain. And like most other wild goats, they like to hide in very, very steep areas, making this sort of hunting one of the most difficult, but also the most fun.
Ça c'est superbe.
I started hunting in the late 1960s because my grandfather was absolutely crazy about hunting, and he got me interested in it. The first time I went hunting was in Sologne in France, where we hunted partridges and pheasants. For the next 10 years, we went hunting in Spain, where we hunted mainly partridges also. Then friends of mine started going to Africa, and so I went along with them. I started in Upper Volta, then later went on to Kenya, Rwanda, Central Africa, Senegal, almost everywhere in Africa. Now I like to vary the hunts I go on. I like to see different landscapes and be confronted with different animals. And that's why I chose to come here and hunt the IBEX. This place is absolutely marvelous. I mean, just look at the landscape.
Petit chalet.
We'll leave the rifles outside. It's too humid inside.
It's time to enjoy the warmth of the refuge. This stone hut was built by Mustafa a long time ago.
Allez, à la botte. Tu veux, viens. Qu'est-ce qui s'y amène?
To make the hut more comfortable, Vedat the guide and Yavuz the cook have covered the floor with a rug made of branches. In this part of the world, the BEZOAR is considered a mystical animal. It is here that the largest trophies are found. Apart from a handful of bears and birds, there is hardly any wildlife in this region. The problem is water. Water is found only in caves at a depth of 120 feet, making it inaccessible to most animals. The BEZOAR IBEX is the only animal to have adapted itself to this inhospitable environment.
après ou...
Là-haut, sur le sommet.
Ah oui.
Et puis on va faire un coup de
It's 5 a.m. The sun has not yet risen. The hunters begin their ascent in the dark.
Pour chasser le bezoar, il faut se lever tôt le matin.
To track bezoar ibexes, you have to get up early so that you can take them by surprise while they're moving. You can spot them from down below without moving around a lot. In fact, you better not go too far because that's when the animals can easily spot you. We use binoculars a lot. The best is to stay put near a boulder until you can spot an isolated male with your binoculars.
The rocky terrain makes it difficult to track. The fresh droppings are the only visible trace. In this kind of hunting, you do a lot more tracking and a lot less of the traditional method.
En face, il y a un petit
Can you see that small hill
regarde bien.
just opposite us? Well, in the middle of that hill,
Tu verras, t'as des petits
you
pins.
see there's a dead tree and then there's some small pine trees. Well, in the middle of those trees,
Masse.
look closely, there's a female.
Elle est la femelle. La saison de chasse s'étend de...
The hunting season begins in August and goes all the way through until March.
de chasse assez longue.
So it's quite a long hunting season.
Chaque période
Each period has its advantages and its disadvantages. From September to November, the males live separately from the females. The advantage is that when you find a herd of males, you're sure to find one that's old enough and large enough to take home. Anyway, it becomes interesting to bag an animal when he reaches the age of 7 or 8, but the older ones that are between 12 and 14 make the best trophies. At the end of winter, the disadvantages are that there's a lot of snow, which makes it almost impossible to hunt. But there are certain areas that aren't as dangerous. The advantage is that the animals come down part of the mountain to find food. It's a good time to hunt because the males love eating the newly grown grass, so it's almost sure they'll come down. We decided to come down during November, right before mating season, to see the old males come out of the caves. They can live in very isolated areas and are wary of the other animals. Sometimes they won't go near the females until mating season has begun. During the month of November, the animals move around a lot. The advantage is that there's some snow, but on the average, the weather is pretty good. Actually, we've come here at an ideal time.
Une période normalement qui est idéale.
Oui, il est...
Attention parce que ça se barre. Hein.
Oui, c'est ça. Bizarre.
Chorizo d'âne. Alors pour chasser l'IBEX à bezoar, il faut...
To hunt the bezoar ibex, you need certain physical qualities. First, you can't be too afraid of heights.
Et des petits apis.
You also have to be in good physical shape because of the altitude. And you have to be a good observer, know how to use your binoculars, and watch the animals without being discovered yourself. In the beginning, it's hard to see, but as you get accustomed to it, you begin to see the caves, the little hills, and all the different places where the animals can hide.
Mustafa has spotted a herd of females and young males, but it's out of the question to shoot. The objective is to look for trophies that measure more than 40 inches. Muslims can pray anywhere. Yavuz starts his fourth prayer of the day, a sort of purification ritual. Since water is rare, one has to be very respectful of Islamic traditions, as one uses water in each prayer 5 times a day. In this region, most people are Muslim. A strongly brewed tea with lots of sugar is much appreciated by the hunters after this long day. Later that evening, around the fireplace, Mustafa tells the story of how he bagged a gigantic bezoar. The 55-inch trophy now hangs in Istanbul's Museum of Natural History, thus making Mustafa famous. During the next couple of days, the hunters explore the mountain looking for a beautiful trophy to bring back home with them. Each day, Mustafa takes them to places which are more and more inaccessible. Through their binoculars, they can see many big bezoars. The mating season hasn't quite begun, and the big males are still hiding in their caves. 3 days have gone by and still no luck. Renaud has spotted 2 large males, but it's impossible to find them again. They just disappeared into the mountain. On this rugged terrain, it is difficult for the hunters to move silently. The risks of falling and injury are quite high. Some of the boulders are razor sharp. All this makes it difficult to find bezoars. In addition, the bezoars can hear the slightest sound from about 300 feet away. They take off with incredible speed, jumping from stone piles to mountain peaks with astonishing agility. The hunter's eyes are not accustomed to such a complex terrain. It sometimes takes them a couple of minutes before they can actually spot the bezoar. These minutes are decisive for bringing home a beautiful trophy. Still no interesting opportunities. Their hopes diminish day by day.
O büyüktüyse sorun yok yani. Ya tamam işte gene de biliyoruz zaten büyük çeke dediğine göre göreceğiz biz de. Görmeden gidelim mi? Gösterecek yerini gel böyle. Sağır mısınız? Taş yuvarlarım, yüzlük çalarım. Arkadaş bu ıslığı gelme göremedik. Bir saat, tam bir saat.
Twice this morning we saw a group of males. We shot at 16 feet, but they ran away. This is such a vast plain.
Şimdi kaç teker? Orada delik var.
Büyük tek hepsi var. Bir daha göremiyorum.
Orada bir yalgama teker oraya gider.
Ama da orada aşağıda çok.
We've been hunting for 6 hours and I didn't even see the time go by. We haven't seen any large males, just a lot of females and young males. But you don't always get the trophy you'd hoped for. That's not really disappointing. What's disappointing is not seeing any animals. You always have a tendency to blame the guide because he's the one that's supposed to lead you to the animals. I have no experience in this kind of hunting, but I still think our guide has done a pretty good job. It's true that when we move, we make a little too much noise, but given the terrain, it's hard not to. When we see some bezoars, our guides become very, very quiet, and I really think that their strategy is really good. The problem is that it's difficult to spot and track this kind of game, because during the day they sleep a lot and they like to sleep in the shady, protected areas, and so it's very hard to find them. And I was wondering if we didn't come here too early. The mating season hasn't started yet. So it might have been better if we had come, let's say, a month later in December.
Certainement venir un mois plus tard, donc probablement en décembre. Et là encore un autre
But if the weather is bad and there's a lot of snow and a lot of fog, it'll make hunting an awful lot more complicated, and it's already not easy. I think I'll come back here because the bezoar is such an interesting animal. It's a challenging hunt. One has to be very patient, but I really find it fascinating. Maybe next time I won't succeed either, and I'll have to come back a third or maybe even a fourth time. Who knows? But it's really a sport that fascinates me.
This time, the BEZOARs have outsmarted the hunters, but losing is part of the sport. It is important to remember, with humility, that many of nature's mysteries are beyond man's comprehension.
This part of Ireland where we are hunting, that is the west of Ireland, and especially Connemara, was carved by prehistoric glaciers. It's a glacial structure. After the glacier melted, peat bogs developed, giving the landscape the appearance that it has today, of hills covered with heather and an enormous number of lakes. The land of Connemara is primarily composed of these bogs covered with heather. There are mounds of dried peat everywhere. Connemara inhabitants use this peat. In the past, they would cut it by hand with a special kind of spade to make lumps or turfs. They put them in a pile to dry, and then they used them to heat their houses. My name is Jean-Jacques Boulineau, and I've lived in Connemara since April 1975. As far as nature goes, it was a new world for me in a way. I find this landscape absolutely haunting. Every time I go hunting for woodcocks and snipes, ducks, and other species, I still feel this sense of enchantment. The most sought-after game in Connemara, the most classic, the most abundant, and the one which is truly at home in this region, is the woodcock. The woodcock has a very special way of life. He looks for wooded areas. Actually, he only spends the day there. At sunset, he leaves these wooded zones to feed in the prairies and the peat bogs. And we can observe him leaving the woods at night and returning at sunrise the next day. There's something very special and very fascinating about the woodcock compared to other nocturnal birds, and that's his vision. He can see all the way around him, 360 degrees. And thus he can see a potential attacker from every possible angle. This also allows him to fly in particularly difficult conditions, such as between branches, without ever banging into them and without ever having to stop because of an obstacle, which would make any other bird come to a halt. What makes shooting the woodcock so difficult is that he's usually found in very thickly wooded areas. His vision allows him to fly between tree trunks using all possible kinds of looping-type maneuvers, which protects him from the hunter and makes an accurate shot very hard. Sometimes all you have is a fraction of a second before he disappears.
C'est celle que j'ai touchée tout à l'heure.
This is the one I hit earlier, that's for sure.
Et là, elle était,
the dog located
touchée à
him.
mort.
He was mortally wounded,
Et elle est arrivée,
and he
elle
took
s'est
refuge
réfugiée
here.
ici, c'est là que la chaîne l'a
That's where the
trouvée.
dog found him.
Il arrive très souvent d'ailleurs qu'on en perde comme
We
ça.
often lose them this way.
Après avoir tiré,
You see,
on ne
after
peut jamais être
firing, we
vraiment
can never be
sûr que
completely
le gibier
sure
n'a
if
pas
we've hit
été
our
touché.
target.
Quelquefois, il est touché mortellement.
Sometimes he's mortally
Et,
wounded
il
and
peut tomber comme une
falls
pierre
like a
à partir d'un
rock.
certain temps, même
After a while and at such
au-delà
a
d'une certaine
distance,
distance auquel
it doesn't pay to go after him.
on croit que c'était pas la peine
Actually,
de le
you
suivre.
can't take your eyes
En fait,
off
faut
him
le
until
suivre
the
des yeux
very
jusqu'au
last
dernier moment.
second when it's possible.
Quand on en a la
Of course,
possibilité.
and that's not
Malheureusement,
always the case.
c'est pas toujours le cas.
The woodcock's means of defense is very different from that of the wild duck. His tactic consists of escaping the field of vision of the hunter, or of any other predator, in fact. To defend himself, he'll usually curl up and not fly until the very last moment. If it weren't for our dogs, we'd very often pass by a woodcock who's only a few yards away without realizing he was there. The reason we sometimes see them flying from very close up is simply that they wait for us to pass by without moving before they go into action. Along with ducks, the woodcock fascinates me more than all other game. They're migratory birds. There's something mysterious which makes migratory birds very attractive. We know that these animals were born thousands of miles away sometimes, which makes them exotic to a certain degree. The dog's role is very important since he indicates the woodcock's position, which is almost impossible to see when the bird is on the ground. It happens only on rare occasions that we can see one in front of a dog which is stationary. It's a stroke of luck when this happens, and it's a very privileged moment. Experience in hunting the woodcock has taught me that whenever he recognizes the presence of the hunter, he manages to fly in the opposite direction. It's therefore absolutely essential to be very discreet, and a dog that can function together with his master without having to constantly receive orders is a very valuable dog. What I appreciate most in hunting woodcocks is the fact that it's a personal initiative, prepared alone. It's a partnership between the hunter and his dog. It's very pleasant, and it's always a pleasure to watch the dog stop. It's a dramatic moment knowing that the woodcock is there and that he's going to surge and not knowing if he's going to get a clear shot at him. This emotion is sometimes prolonged since the dog can stay in the same place for up to half an hour.
How are you, John Jack? How are you doing? You're welcome. Have you a good day? Good morning. Good morning. Despite the weather. How many do you get? I've got 5 woodcocks. Oh, you got 5 woodcocks. Not too bad for tomorrow. Oh, no, that's good. No, that's good. Yeah, they're very nice. Very good. Would you like a cup of tea before you start again? I wouldn't say no. You wouldn't say no, okay. Very well. You can put them here. You leave them up here on the bush. Keep them out in case of the cat. The cat might bring in your boat too. The cat might take them. Keep you warm, John Jack. Alright? That should warm you up now.
Oh, yes. Well, I hope I will be able to shoot the woodcock.
I will, yeah. If it stays dry.
It doesn't matter, it will keep
you warm, of course.
Yeah. I should say with that type of tea, where the shy.
Yeah, but that's good tea, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very strong tea.
Yes, it's very strong tea.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Irish tea.
Yeah, it's the right tea to face that pretty weather.
That's right, exactly.
You think so?
There's a lot of changes coming in.
But the turf you have there have been cut by a machine.
It is.
There are other sought-after birds to hunt in Connemara, like the snipe. I like hunting snipe because Again, it's a pleasure to watch the dog at work, and also because they're a real gastronomical delicacy. The snipe, like all mudbank birds, feeds on the larvae of worms and other such animals. He finds his food in swampy areas. His bill is very long, which enables him to extract the eggs and the worms from deep under the ground. The snipes we see here in Ireland come mostly from colder northern countries, although there are a number of indigenous snipes in Ireland, and especially in Connemara. During the mating season, we can see some pretty spectacular flights of snipe couples. The snipe, contrary to the mudbank birds we find on the banks of the water, does not live in groups. They're solitary animals, although they do have a tendency to group together in certain zones where conditions are particularly favorable and nourishment is abundant. What attracts hunters to the snipe is the challenge. He's an extremely fast bird with a very irregular flight pattern. His ability to change directions in a fraction of a second makes him very hard to bag. He's a bird that attracts hunters who like a difficult target. Hunting ethics consist of bringing back game for eating and not simply killing for sport. Therefore, each time an animal is wounded, you have to drop everything immediately and try to find it. The search is abandoned only when locating the animal is impossible. It's inadmissible to leave a wounded or dying animal to suffer. We've spotted the place where he fell, but it's often very hard to find snipe, since, as you can see, his color blends in with the terrain. And since he's a bird with a relatively small volume, if he falls into the reeds, it's almost impossible to find him without a retriever.
Approchez. Allez, tombez.
What's interesting about Irish landscapes is how far they can stretch. In the bogs, there are generally no barriers and very few traces of civilization. You can find yourself alone on the moors and walk for hours without any sign of civilization. You get the impression of being in a completely wild region. Well, I hope it stays that way and that it's not destroyed by progress. The objective of hunting is capturing game, but the true pleasure consists of taking something difficult to obtain away from nature. This is perhaps all that remains of prehistoric man's pleasure, to be able to capture an animal for nourishment without having raised it. One can compare it to fishing and to gathering fruit. Hunting is taking what nature gives us free of charge. And I'm not referring to the commercial value of a woodcock, but the ability to benefit from what is natural. Hunting is particularly interesting because it deals with living beings which are considered unattainable. It's not a question of eliminating a species, but taking some away in the hope that many others will come and stay. Ireland has been more than satisfactory. The conditions weren't especially favorable nor especially pleasant, since we had a lot of wind and a lot of rain. In spite of that, there was plenty of game. Ireland isn't a place to expect the extraordinary when you come to hunt here, but it is an exciting challenge, since the game is totally wild and natural, and you have to deserve what you bag, since your prey is not going to make it easy for you.
Heureusement, un à faire un tableau semblable.
Of all African hunts, buffalo hunting is for me the most thrilling. Tracking an old solitary buffalo is each time a new experience. His strong and defensive preservation instinct allows little room for error when firing or aiming. One never gets tired of this kind of hunting. This journey takes us southeast of Burkina Faso to the border of Benin, the heart of Gourmanché country. This region has been well preserved. It is here that we find the major hunting territories of Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso literally means land of honest men and remains a place that is not well known in West Africa. one is right away charmed by the hospitality of the people and the land. Every week, peasants, artisans, and villagers come from all over to the Namunu market. Either by foot, by bicycle, or by jungle taxi, they come from Benin, Niger, and sometimes travel many days to exchange their spice, pottery, woven baskets, fruits, and vegetables. This big exchange center symbolizes the unity of this multi-ethnical country. Patrick, who has been living for years in Africa, easily makes his way through the crowd. Try to choose a skin that's in good condition, not too damaged. Could he sew it right away on my flask? Every year, Patrick comes to the Kokirana region to hunt with his friend Indani and enjoy life in the bush. The hunting area of Kokirana, 74,000 acres, borders the Pendjari River, which acts as a natural border of Benin. East, the border is determined by the National Park W, while west, there is the Arli Park. We can see all kinds of species here that are specific to West African wildlife. But this area is especially appreciated by hunters because it is densely populated with buffaloes. We will be hunting a buffalo called the Savannah Dwarf Buffalo, a massive animal that can weigh up to 1,800 pounds. Its coat can either be brownish black or of a reddish brown. To hunt buffalo, one has to be out in the bush at dawn. The hunters have spotted fresh tracks of a herd. The wind is favorable for the hunter, so they should have no problem trailing them. Kangadi's trained eye has spotted some females that are at the tail end of the herd. One has to get closer. There are sure to be males within the group. It is important to move very carefully because the females are extremely watchful. At the slightest abnormal sound, they will give warning. When I approach the buffaloes with my guide, we have to be able to understand each other. His gestures will tell me how I should react once I'm face to face with the buffalo. The guide gestures to me where the animal is, how he is, if he smells us, if he's seen us, or if he hasn't seen us. The guide and the hunter have to be completely in tune with each other. When we hunt together, we become one person. Still no male in sight. The hunters don't give up. They will try to get a little closer to the herd. female has spotted them. But the hunters count on the buffalo's poor eyesight. Buffaloes are unable to identify an object within 16 feet away. Only their sense of smell, which is highly developed, allows them to detect danger. But today, the wind is not blowing in the wrong direction. They're moving.
Femelles.
There are 9.
Tous, il y a 9. Ils sont tous des femelles.
Pas la peine, ce sont des femelles. On ne peut pas tirer.
The approach was perfect, but the herd contained no old males. The hunters decide to go home. Anyway, after 11 a.m., it is impossible to hunt in the bush. Most animals go to sleep until nighttime. It is the month of March, the dry season, and temperatures can rise to 115 degrees. Plus, there is a burning wind full of dust called a harmattan that comes from Sahel, which reduces visibility considerably. At the village, the inhabitants take advantage of the dry season to rest as the harvest is finished, living in harmony with these warm, long summer days. About 60 ethnic groups live in this country. Here, the population is mainly made up of Gurmanches, but you can also find Mosis and Peuls. Under a large mango tree in the shade, Kangari gets his head shaved according to Peul custom. He's already thinking about the hunt tomorrow. He knows that this time they will find a buffalo. Kangari's name means he who never gives up. Patrick leaves to go to the nearby village of Logobu, where Kangari's friend Diabongo keeps the most incredible orchard and garden.
Bonjour.
Hi, how you doing?
Ça va bien?
Okay. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
Je vais t'acheter des...
I'd like to buy some fruit, some mango, and also some vegetables.
Des légumes aussi.
This orchard defies nature. Being in the bush country, it is unbelievable what grows here. Not only all sorts of fruits, but also vegetables like lettuce, cabbage, beans, eggplant, and tomatoes. Salad, eggplant, onions. These are the seedlings, and you replant them over there? Life in the bush is very primitive. It's like going back to your roots. Your life's values are put back into perspective. Here you can lead a simple life, far away from the hassle of the city. Surrounded by nature, we learn to lead a natural life again. When the sun sets on the Pendjari, Patrick devotes his time to another one of his favorite pastimes, fishing. Fish is an inherent part of the African diet. Every morning, Patrick, Indani, and Kangadi inspect the trail, hoping there will be fresh tracks of an old solitary buffalo. For the hunt, this is of primordial importance and necessary before penetrating into the jungle to drive back the animals. Look at these tracks. Must be a big one. He must have come by here early this morning. I'm sure we'll be able to find him before noon. He's gone back into the Pendjari, maybe up there. Yeah, he's gone into the Pendjari. He'll drink and then go up. Kangadi still uses an old POLO custom. He deposits on his tongue 3 pinches of a magical powder that will protect him and bring him luck. The success of this hunt largely depends on how one trails. It is extremely difficult to follow the trails of the animals as they are easily lost in the high straw. Hunting buffalo is what I prefer because it is so captivating, so much emotion involved. In the beginning, we trail the animal without seeing him. We just follow the tracks. And little by little, as we advance, the tension rises. When we realize that the tracks are getting fresher and fresher, and we might be right near him, we know that we've made it. Bagging becomes less important. In fact, even if you don't shoot, it's just a pleasure to hunt. Every time you approach a buffalo, there is a risk. It's precisely this feeling of danger that makes the hunt exciting. You quickly become conscious that there is no room for error and that your life is at stake. In this hunt, tension is mixed with excitement. The old solitary male is a very suspicious animal and can be extremely dangerous. He's often cast out by the rest of the herd, and because he is constantly tracked down by lions, he's always on his guard. His preservation instinct has taught him to be cunning, to hide, and even to charge if he feels threatened. It can be a very risky affair, and one should hunt buffalo with the greatest precaution, for it is possible to go right by him without even seeing him when in straw fields that can measure up to 32 feet. the slightest sound, the buffalo will try and cover his tracks or even lure his adversary to a more favorable terrain. After 3 long hours of trailing, the hunters finally spot the animal. Okay, see those thick trees over there? He just moved. It's too dense. If there's one in the middle, we'll just have to take a shot. Can you look and tell me? Look straight in the middle. Try to aim. I think a brown mass moved. Wait. Kangari, can you go look over there? If he's in front, he'll see him. Yeah, yes. Okay, I see him. Wait, something moved. Wait. Feeling threatened, the buffalo takes refuge in the high straw. All attempts to approach him could be fatal. The hunters have to change tactics. There he is. I can shoot from up there. Is he dead? We have to wait. Have to wait. His head is still moving. We can't approach him yet. We have to wait. His ears are still twitchy. He's still alive. Yeah.
D'accord. Ah, moi je l'ai logé au poitrine. Voilà, c'est fini.
There, it's over. We can finally approach him.
Là, c'est juste tiré, c'est bon, hein? Ouais, c'est bon, mais l'une que le tête, on peut avoir confiance. C'est pas grave, hein? Il faut faire. C'est un montre.
This was a great hunt. Even if in the end that buffalo isn't such a great trophy, it was still a very enjoyable hunt.
Merci, Kangari.
Thank you, Kangari. Good guy. You're an excellent trailer. We shot him from high up. This is a very old buffalo. The trophy is nice, but not as nice as if he were a little bit younger. To load him onto the jeep, the men must hoist this 1,300-pound animal up the tree. Out of the question to cut him up here and risk losing a pound of meat. Here, meat is more valuable than money. Night has fallen. Everyone is sitting on mats. Patrick and Indani have come to thank Kangari by giving the buffalo meat to his family. While the women prepare the to, a basic dish in Burkina Faso, Kangari tells them the story of the first time he went buffalo hunting with his father at the age of 7. At that time, they hunted with bows and arrows.
Namibia, an arid land in southwest Africa, covered by immense desert-like steppes. One legend recounts that its first inhabitants called it the land God created in a fit of anger. Flying over the unending landscape of the Central Plains, seemingly devoid of all life, it's hard to imagine that it conceals a tremendously varied wildlife.
Welkom to Ebenstein, Erik.
Every year, Michael Kraft welcomes foreign hunters onto his land. For Eric, this first trip to southern Africa is the culmination of a dream. He has come to hunt the great kudu, emblematic of this part of the world. With its magnificent spiral trophy, the great kudu is one of the world's largest species of antelope. A careful and especially clairvoyant animal, he prefers the hilly regions, covered with thick brush. Hunting the kudu is difficult, but Eric is determined to bring back a handsome trophy. To supplement his cattle-raising activities, Michael raises game. Game farming, a highly developed profession in Namibia, enables farmers to make up for losses caused by frequent droughts. In addition to the hunting revenues, the many tons of meat, after being cut into strips and dried, constitute the local food staple, the biltong. Michael and Jeremiah constantly check and maintain the watering points necessary to the survival of their game over an area of about 9,000 hectares, or more than 22,000 acres.
Namibian kudu in the mountains.
The hunting season runs from February 1st to November 30th. Michael, however, avoids the rainy season and the mating season. He thus chooses to hunt from mid-March to late August. Spotting the great kudu is the basis of the hunt. The strategy involved is one of domination. From high up a mountain, binoculars help to zero in on the prey and especially to determine the wind advantage.
Look to the right. There to the right, where the bend is of that river.
Oh yes, I see.
The wide variety of biotopes here is what makes hunting in Namibia so interesting. In the course of one approach, you can go from mountain to plain to bush in speeds which are different each time. On the crest, the approach must be as quiet as possible. You have to see before being seen, a law which often turns out in favor of the animal. Too late. It's impossible to fire at a moving animal for fear of wounding him.
Well, this morning you were unlucky, huh? This is like a game of soccer. It's now 1-0 for the kudu. In the afternoon we're looking for the equalizer.
We attempt to. We attempt to equalize. They have advance for us.
Well,
they have good eyes, they have good ears.
And it's not only the kudu. The oryx see you, the zebra see you, and somebody just warns them. I saw few exceptional kudus. I saw one. His horn was almost 180 degrees, like this. He had to walk through the bush like that.
Yes, he's a blend.
Net zo achter die boot. Gaan die rechterkant? Rechterkant die. Nee, kapka. Harry kap. Kapka. Hij covering me.
As he crosses the plain, Michael spots some springboks. These small antelope, a symbol of South Africa, are present in large numbers in Namibia.
Six or seven animals. 6 or 7. And I think there is a good male. We must just walk slowly that you don't see it.
The springbok is a precious animal for hunters because of his beauty and his boundless energy.
Only to the tree. And the first one on the right hand side. The first right. The first one on the right leaves it. You take just the right one. The first one on the right side. It's a big melon. But slowly, slowly. You just take him, you take the cross on his shoulder. It's open for you, shoot it. Yes, very good shot. That was a good shot, boy. You hear the ball in it? Yeah, I hear the clap. Very good, very good, very good.
Okay. Oh, I think it's a good one.
There is your buck. Boy. Very good one. Oh, yeah. Look this thing. Yeah. It's an older animal. 8-9 years old.
8-9 years minimum.
That's the son? It's an old one. If these tips turn backwards, that's the older ones. Those who are to the front are the young, and the middle medium, and this is 3/4. Later they go complete back. Oryx. Very difficult
Every evening, Eric learns new anecdotes about Africa from Michael, who never seems to run out of them. His past as a breeder and a hunter makes him an excellent storyteller. Like every morning, the farm wakes up to the rhythm of daily chores. In addition to breeding, tapestries are made here using Karakul lamb's wool, as well as drapes and magnificent rugs, which are among the most remarkable in the region. Symbols of Bushman craftwork, they represent wild animals, floral patterns, or geometric shapes. Hunting for sport is often a long and difficult quest. It's sometimes necessary to comb the bush for several days in search of a handsome trophy.
Yes.
On the left.
Hmm?
On the left.
One, yes, 2, 3 female? 6. Maybe 6 or 7. The bull is also there. You can see him there. Yes, was a calf? 2 calves.
These males are too young, not what the hunters are looking for. The men will have to wait for another opportunity. In the bush, on flat ground, hunters often come across an animal just 50 meters away from them.
Go behind the bush, go behind the bush, go behind the bush.
Flight is immediate. Hours of hiking will be needed before regaining contact with their prey.
baby is going up on the right side. We have to take care. It will come to the top of the mountain. What is there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we have to take care because maybe a female can stand up in another way. There he comes. There he comes. There he comes. There he moves.
The hunters have just spotted a superb trophy.
Get the first. They are moving to the top. As I told you, you see. They are going to the top and they will pass at this way, just at this way. The left of the tree, you can see that effort. I think that they will disappear after the top.
The large, regal-looking male is accompanied by a handsome 18-month-old valet, 2 or 3 females, and a few babies. Too late again. The animals have already run to safety and night is about to fall. Disappointedly, the hunters are forced to abandon the chase. Jeremiah has just spotted a beautiful kudu. This time, the hunters have seen him before being seen themselves.
If it comes out of the bush, you shoot. It's a good one. And you shoot him there. Okay, it's coming. It's coming.
Yes! Watch it, watch it. Okay, it's down. It's down, it's down, it's down, it's down. Yeah, there it is. There. There in the bushes. It's down, it's down. No pop. There it is.
Oh, it's a good one.
웅무이사.
Very nice trophy. Very nice trophy.
The trophy measures about 1.25 meters, a nice size, but not a record for the region.
Reddish.
Yeah. Trophies have been known to measure up to 1.35 meters.
More gray. can take all the skin, you can take the foot, you can take what you like, what you think you can do something with.
Not so easy to put it in my luggage.
Yeah, no, the hair, yes, but the others can go with the trophies.
It's time to leave. Filled with emotion, Eric takes advantage of these final moments to immortalize this great wildlife experience, one which he will never forget.